deservedly so if he can replicate his 2-year-old dirt sprint form. But that is the number 4 Nico's Derby Run, who did have a troubled start in his debut, off a little bit slow, and then found himself in last place early. Did make a run. There was a bias that day. I do agree that he did take some advantage of, and then excuses last time. Stretching out to the mile, stepping up in class to the maiden special weight level. He'll need to have some more forward position and get out of the gate today, but he just seems like the type that if you're trying to play against your favorite, he's the next logical spot to go. And ultimately, that is where I ended up here with the number 4 Nico's Derby Run.
And there is that 3-year-old. Thank you, Sarah. Loading up. Katie Davis rides. 3-5 favorite, though. America's Honor. Start number 7, getting Lasix. Blinkers off for the first time. And the odds-on 3-5 favorite to start this pick 6 as we kick off our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Speed to the inside from Smoky Places, right out to the front, and is quickly up by 2. Chasing is America's Honors, trying to keep up with the early leader, is out in the center of the racetrack, and following them is Broderick in the Pink Silks in third. Very far apart, and try to slow things down at Smoky Places, who's now only ahead in front as America's Honor is ready to challenge, and now Smoky Places lets it out a notch one more time, and Jose Lezcano, Smoky Places, they're going to have the lead as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 24.25 for the opening quarter mile. Continue to chase there is America's Honor. 3 wide, there is Broderick, and in between horses, Laird of Magnolia. The trailer, Nico's Derby Run. They're chasing Smoky Places. Now, here comes America's Honor, who's ready to challenge, is back to within a neck of the leader. What does Smoky Places have left? Is America's Honor. Manny Franco, they're all in, and Smoky Places just keeps on going. Is going to hug the rail through a 48-4. Half-mile time, they reach the top of the stretch. Can Smoky Places finish the job? America's Honor is all in, continuing to chase, and Manny Franco and America's Honor now ranging up on the outside. A run from the back of the pack is Nico's Derby Run inside the final furlong, and now America's Honor will assert, and America's Honor is up by 2.5 lengths inside the final 16th. America's Honor will get the victory. America's Honor trying to hold on for second, and will is Smoky Places, Nico's Derby Run, and Broderick in that photo with Laird of Magnolia in 1 minute 20-4.
First-time starter trying to do it all the way on the front end. Instead, America's Honor. Start number 7, drop down in class, runs by that one for the victory.
Well, you only have to be as good as the field you're running against. And while the firster broke very sharply and looked to have an advantage and looked top of the stretch like he would hold the 2 off, as it turned out, Paulie, the 2 was just too good for them.
Yeah, the break was good for the 2, too. Excuse me. Sorry for that pun there. And was able to stay close. But sometimes you worry a little bit with a first-time starter, Greg. Getting to the front, you're thinking this is a horse that's never lost before. And the 2's a horse that's had a couple seconds and thirds, but just too much down the lane, and strong handling there by Manuel Franco.
Smoky Places looked like he might have been gone, but in the end, yeah, run down by the experience of the field, the class dropper as well, and the odds-on favorite to start the pick 6. So 3-5, Manny Franco, Gregory Sacco. And 7th time out, Maiden Breaker on what looks like is going to be the shortest price horse of the afternoon on our coverage here from New York. 2-1-4-5 finish here in race 3. And a chalky beginning to this Friday pick 6. We'll have these prices when we come back. Road to that first Saturday in May picks back up on our coverage Sunday from Oaklawn. Grade 2 Rebel Sandman trying to do 1 length better than his Grade 3 Southwest performance when a poor start compromised his chance at a win. Stay with us. Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by the city that never sleeps here, Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a late pick 5. We have coming up next here in race 4. We kicked off the pick 6 with a short-priced, odds-on favorite, America's Honor, with the easy victory here. Manny Franco, Greg Sacco, and 3-year-old son of Honor AP graduates here at start number 7, Paulie.
Yeah, congratulations. Like you said, Honor AP out of a Curlin mare. Avery Blake, blinkers off, Lasix on, and was able to go by the first-time starter here in deep stretch. This one was owned in part with Gregory Sacco and Mike Fazio. And listen, 7th start was the charm.
Well, everybody was crazy enough to claim this horse. You weren't, Greg, were you?
I did not put in a claim. It's the first horse, I believe, who's not won on the lead today, right?
That is correct. That is correct, but we've had 3 short prices win. By the way, if you want to hate Greg Wolf, he went somewhere warm last week while the rest of us suffered in New York. So I got a little hate for Greg Wolf right now. I'm going to get over it, but I'm harboring a little bit of hate.
80 degrees. Yeah.
Thank you. He's told me about 7 times that it was perfect weather.
It was nice, but I missed everybody.
Don't worry, it's a long year. I'm going to take it back. I'm going to get even.
Don't lie with that nice taste.
We're going to head to Oaklawn this weekend, and that is where we have our road to that first Saturday in May, picking back up with the Grade 2 Rebel. Friday through Sunday racing cards moved back a day because of freezing temperatures. So as a result, Rebel will be on Sunday, race 11 on that Sunday card. And it is wide open. 14, we believe, as of now, will line up in our ABR race of the week.
And it's a terrific race. You know, when you see 14 entered sometimes, Paul, especially these races, I'm used to some of these tracks fighting filler.
I know, right?
You know, and I'm thinking, there's probably 6 or 7 that have no chance. There's really only 2 no-hopers in there. The number 12 and number 14, they're badly overmatched. I mean, you could probably make cases for, at least that you could say about the others, that they're all talented, though Bullard apparently not going to run, Spike the Fever, I believe.
Okay.
So I think he's not running.
Top 3, though, are returning out of the Grade 3 Southwest. We believe Speed King, winner of that
51%
race.
of the time, you're going to be right, apparently.
Yeah, Ron McLeod on our show
I don't know
last
if it's
week told
wavered
Andy
for
and
that.
I that basically, or in MIG actually, that he's 51%, and he was not happy that his horse is carrying 5 more pounds too than some of the other entrants.
You know, like the old tests in math where they ask you to show your work just to see if you made a stupid mistake. I'd like Ron to send me the worksheet that got to 51%,
I know,
how
right?
exactly that worked out. So, Ron, if you're watching, you know how to get a hold
With
of
the
me.
scratch of Bullard, though, would you think that might enhance his chances? Because now that's speed for a little bit from the inside.
He's fast, that horse. I think it's just a question of what Ron wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that Bullard coming out is going to change his mind in there. There's other speeds, too.
Well, Speed King
Innovator.
won his debut, was second in that springboard mile behind Cole Battle, came back, won a Triple Crown prep, and then here's his race where he really shined in the Southwest.
Right. Obviously, Sandman the Gray had that horrible start, and we'll talk more about that. And there is an argument that he could have won the race, but I think there's a real discussion, and you'll see Sandman, he not only jumped up and got left, and it was a tough break for a number of horses in there. He acted badly afterwards, and he cost himself the race. But I think the question you have to ask yourself, Paul, is let's say he broke cleanly, and he won this race by 2 lengths. Wouldn't we all be saying that Speed King ran the better race?
That's a good question because really nobody made up any ground, and Speed King did all the running. I thought Rafael Bejarano, this was a masterful ride. He was able to slow it down. He was able to get in front with ease, but Sandman, after that beginning, a lot of times you don't see horses to keep pursuing like this, and he was actually pretty green towards the end here, Andy, and he was still coming at Speed King.
He was, but it was a fast pace, and Speed King did the dirty work on the front end. So I'm the kind of guy that always believes the horse that's doing the dirty work like that is the one that may have run better. And I'm not knocking Sandman. If somebody said to me, one of those two is going to win the Derby, I'd side with Sandman. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't take a bigger price on Speed King in the race. That's all I'm saying.
Here's the other part about this. You know, Sandman's not the best horse out of the gate. Now, if they do have 14 in the gate and he breaks bad again, it's over.
He'll have to break better than that.
Yes.
I mean, that was
That could be a problem.
dramatically bad,
Yeah, of
how he
course.
got out of the gate last time out. The good thing, I guess, for Speed King, too, we don't need to see if he can get a further distance. He's going the same distance as he did last time out, and he seemed to get it pretty good.
And I guess the other question in running him is, Innovator's clearly a very fast horse. maybe you want to learn if he can stalk a little bit and not go. I mean, these races, you want to win them. They're big purses. They're important races, but they're also preps for a very, very big series of races. So losing this race isn't the worst thing in the world, but finding out if he can rate, and also finding out if he can't rate. And if you find out he can't rate, then you've got to set him the front. And I guess the front end got a little bit easier with Magnitude dropping out, unfortunately, after the weekend.
Well, you got horses like the Dallas Stewart horse, Smoking Wicked, who's very
He's
fast.
got to go in there,
He's
right?
got
The
to go.
sprinter,
So
the
you make a good
Louisiana
point.
bred.
We've talked about this. Make a good point. Does he sit third or fourth in this race and see what happens? And Andy made a good point last week. A lot of people forget American Pharoah was 7th or 8th in the Derby and had to close. And that, to me, was his best race. There's other races where he was able to go to the front and control. Speed King's not going to be able to control this race. So maybe he does rate, and we'll see what happens.
$1.25 million purse. We're still, I mean, relatively, February early on this road to the Kentucky Derby. And that trio will be live on site with Rebels Stakes coverage from Hot Springs. Acacia Clement, the MiG, and Maggie Wolfendale.
I feel like this is the old Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the others. I'm not saying who it is, but you can figure it out.
I made a
What's wrong
comment
with
last
Acacia?
week, and Mig's mad. I think Mig's mad at me. They're the same height. I don't know how that happened.
They will, as usual, provide terrific coverage. We're looking forward to it on Sunday. It's going to be always a very fun race and a fun day. Terrific card that we have for you from Hot Springs on Sunday afternoon, so we'll get into that later on this weekend. We got Tampa Bay to get to right now, race 5. This race scheduled for the grass. This one does come off. The rest of the day remains on the turf. Mile 40 yards, main track now, 32 maiden claiming race. This is Art Nouveau.
Yeah, sorry, in the rail. This is a horse that's only run in synthetic before.
Yeah.
The odds are really wacky in this race. How's
Wow.
the 13 to 1?
Here's Delayed at 3 to 1.
He's only running the turf. Why would I want him? He's got a European dam. 3 to 1. It's insane.
Inclusive Justice at 15 to 1.
Yeah, this horse ran good on the turf. Actually, was bet on the dirt the time before that.
2-horse race from the 8, 13.
Start number 2. This is Crafty Collector. Debut came on grass.
Yeah, came on grass and is running the grass, and I don't know why I'm supposed to assume it's a dirt horse, but I suppose everything's possible.
Dinah Soar, S-O-A-R.
Yeah, same thing for this horse. Been on the grass, I don't know. Not my cup of tea, but who knows.
2 sprints in the stretch out for Marty's gal.
I'm surprised that this horse isn't
6 to 5,
Yeah,
4 to 5.
even money.
Yeah.
I thought the 8 and 13 would be the only horses
I
taking
agree.
any money in this race. This is
Here's
insane.
Michaela, who's only been on grass so far.
If your name's Michaela, you could be interested in this
Bullet
one.
Dirt Drill, however.
But it's a European dam.
The 11 is in, by the way.
Yeah,
It's not scratched.
I just saw the 11.
No, the 11's scratched.
No, they just showed him in
They
the post
just
grade.
showed the 11. That must have been a mistake on their changes because I had the 11 out as well. And then here's Sip and Speed, main track only.
Well, Sip and Speed is the only other horse that can win. This horse ran a maiden special weights. I mean, it's a 2-horse race on paper between the 8 and 13.
I thought the other horse,
Was the
Andy,
11 running or not running?
the
The 11 is
is
in. 7:01 right now.
I think the other horse, Andy, is the 1 because the horse is an unknown, right? Never been on dirt, has some inside speed. I get it. The 8 and 13 should be the horse.
Anything wacky could happen, but yeah, no, I'm just saying. I mean, okay, the 8's going to drift out. I imagine the 8's going to be 6 to 5 by post time.
Yeah.
I can't believe he won't be.
I'm
but
with you.
what's going on with the 13? I'm going to look at the doubles. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Well, the 13 got Lasix last time for the first time on turf. The other races were dirt races. And at Thistle Downs, this is an Ontario bred, this horse was 2 to 1. I mean, he's running against some weaker competition, but he's got some dirt races to go to where a lot of these horses you're kind of guessing.
Does it seem to you like the betting public just has forgot this horse is in the race?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And by the way, I'm looking at doubles. The 13 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th choice.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
And the 8 is favored. Not overwhelmingly favored over the 3.
Well,
Listen,
I think the 3's taking the money because it's Grand Motion.
I agree. But it's a European dam. I know she's a more than ready. But listen, we're not going to say that these horses around the turf can't win. They could certainly win. Who knows? There's no killers in here. But for the most part, you're supposed to look for dirt horses in here. And, I mean, it feels like if this race was scheduled as a dirt race with these same horses, the 8 would be 4 to 5.
Yeah, we're in
That's
agreement.
crazy.
All right, we'll get back to this one in a moment. We return to Aqueduct, start of the late pick 5. Begins with this 1 1/8, $16,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 lifetime
Yeah, and the 3 in here, Brown Don't Stop, ends up being your heavy favorite with the scratches of the 1 and the 4, although the 5's taking all the money. The 3's going to end up being your favorite by post time. And a horse that has run back-to-back solid races at 61, and it probably wins this race, although the 5 has a couple races to go to.
Yeah, 5 favored 3-2, but yeah, I think we all expect the 3 to be favored by post time. So Brown Don't Stop. Last 2 tries were at this distance, at a mile and an eighth. 61 buyers, as you mentioned, Paulie, in both those efforts, and a couple starts back just missed behind Jansen.
Andy just missed at 11-1, Andy, and that was 16 non-2. Then they raised him to 25. He ran the same race. So now he comes back down, and with the 1 and 4 out of here, if he runs this race, he should be really tough in this field.
Well, he has the best recent form, and he has it at a mile and an eighth. It's just a very logical horse in this race. He's going to be, as you guys said, going to be the favorite here. He's not going to be, I don't think, a crazy short price, but he's going to be the favorite. I mean, Big Rich has back races, but he hasn't run well since he was claimed by Jimmy Ferraro. He stretches out from 6 furlongs. He's probably better going longer. I tried the 7 Ollie Can Dance. I just didn't feel like taking the super short price in this race. I have nothing against the 3. He's the horse to beat, but I wanted a horse that at least has figure form, albeit at Finger Lakes, going longer, that's good enough. I give him a second chance. He picks up Ruben Silvera. I'm hoping he can hustle him a little bit. And in a small field, they don't usually get that spread out.
I will say this. That 3, Brown Don't Stop in that replay, he hit the brakes as soon as he got up to that other horse. Now, he hasn't won in 2 years. His one win was going a mile and an eighth, so we'll see.
He handles the distance, and you don't know the others that well.
The will and desire of this field, yeah, is not overwhelming.
It's racing. You only got to beat the horses that you're running against. And, you know, they scratched 2 horses that were going to be very possibly the first and second choices in here.
Yeah.
Certainly the favorite, maybe the second or third choice. So that changes things dramatically with both the 1 and 4 coming out.
All right, we'll get you back for a post parade in a moment. Again, starts the late Big 5 in New York to Tampa as we get set to load in this 13 horse, still a huge price. Main track only runner at 9-1 from that far outside post.
By the way, I just saw a graphic on there. It says delayed, written by Rajiv Marat. I thought Rajiv Marat was delayed for the post parade. I didn't realize he was riding delayed. But
yeah, he's listed. Well, he's ridden a lot for Graham Motion.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's getting back, and he's gotten a little business at Gulfstream.
Won a Wood Memorial for him, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, he also rode the really good horse that won the Breeders' Cup, though I think he was hurt when he won the Breeders' Cup. The turf horse that you and I saw with the United Nations in his turf debut. That I'm completely forgetting his name. Main Sequence is correct.
Main Sequence.
Yeah, no, he's ridden a ton for Graham, and it's nice to see him go over there, but I think he was hoping the race would be on the turf.
Irish War Cry, right?
Yes.
Irish War Cry, yeah.
Yep. Second, the Belmont Stakes as well.
8 is down to 5-2. The 13 still at 9-1. And I thought the 1 would get bet because he's the only speed on the inside. If he takes to the dirt at 6-1.
You think the speed is inside? The 1 speed?
Could be. I mean, he's not much. There's not.
The time form pace projector has him last early. I'm just pointing that out.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to be the case. And,
That's
you know,
kinda
this race could be
anything.
Who knows what's going to happen in this
I mean,
race?
doesn't
It's hard
I
to-
guess the 8's got to be the speed.
How is the 8 not the speed in here? Right. I mean, coming out of sprints. Yeah. And I like what I've seen. Is it Seth Moran? Moran, I like what I've seen from him as a rider. I think
he can ride.
rides. I think he's a good rider. Yeah. I mean, he 5-2 on the 8 is like a steal, isn't it?
The 9's taking some money here.
I will say the 9 could be up there in front early. This horse has shown some turf speed, sprint speed, and has a bullet dirt drill as well. So if nothing, I don't know if that horse is a contender to win, but potentially could be part of the pace.
I'm with you.
I boxed 8-13 and pressed 8-13. I just thought they were the right 2 horses in here. I bet a little in the 13. Though I'll be honest, at 5-2, the problem I have is the late money there. I think the 8's still going to drop down to about 8-5 by post time. And I don't think he's a bad bet at 8-5, to be honest with you, Paul.
No.
Wouldn't you rather bet him at 8-5 than the 3 at 3-1?
Yes, I would.
3 at 3-1. He's never been on the dirt.
I do. Like I said, I played a small little win bet on the 1, just taking a flyer. But I also boxed 1-8-13. I don't understand why the 13 is 9-1.
Has not moved, off that number. The 13, the main track only runner. So the comeback as a 3-year-old was on turf. All 3 prior starts were on dirt and has races that a little bit of improvement. Could be a big contender in a field where there's not a ton of talent. Jason Beam, the call. Here's race 5, Tampa Bay.
We all set for a start. The late pick 5 getting underway on this Friday afternoon. Late pick 5 pool already over $64,000. Here's Sip and Speed. Hector Diaz Jr. to the outside draw. Hector with a winner on today's card already. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Inclusive Justice and Dinosaur, those two the quickest early on. Michaela, the purple colors, green sleeves, coming up to join them. Full Exchange, Sip and Speed going to be 5 wide as they stack up across the track into that first turn. It's going to be Dinosaur just in front. Down the inside, Inclusive Justice. Out 3 deep there is Michaela. 4 wide on the outside. Full Exchange starting to advance from 4th. Between horses, Crafty Collector and the teal colors is 5th. Then comes Marty's Gal, 3 wide Journey in 6th. Sip and Speed way out wide is 7th. Length more back to Art Nouveau, who's 8th. Only about 6 cover the top 8. It's a length more back to Come a Waltzing. And Delayed is the early trailer, about 9 lengths off the lead. Long shot Dinosaur leads them. 24-4, the opening quarter mile time for Dinosaur. Length and a half in front of Michaela and Full Exchange, their 2nd and 3rd. Just in behind that comes a lineup of 4. Inclusive Justice toward the inside. 2 deep there, Crafty Collector. Marty's Gal starts to move forward in the pink cap between runners. Sip and Speed is out wide in 7th. Down along the inside, Art Nouveau. Delayed is out of last. Come a Waltzing is now the trailer. 49-1 for Dinosaur, who's been coasting up top. It's Dinosaur midway around the far turn in front by just over 2.5 now. Inclusive Justice, Michaela, their 2nd, 3rd. Then comes Marty's Gal, Sip and Speed. Delayed, trying to get a move on from the back. Still has 7 lengths to find. They still got to come catch Dinosaur. Dinosaur leads them around to the top of the stretch. The lead is still 2. It's Dinosaur into the lane. On the outside, Michaela. Behind them, Inclusive Justice diving toward the inside is Art Nouveau, who starts to launch a rally. Dinosaur still there. Dinosaur with a 16th of a mile to go at 19-1 is all but a winner. Marty's Gal up on the outside, trying to get into 2nd. Dinosaur gets 1st. Gate to wire. Went up by 7 or 8 in the end. Marty's Gal was 2nd. 3rd went to Inclusive Justice. 4th was close between Art Nouveau and Michaela.
Dinosaur, first time on dirt, and has an easy time with this field.
Well, Santana showed a micro amount of aggression in here and got to the front in a slow pace. There were a lot of riders, like the rider in the 13. Well, I don't understand, Paulie. You have an outside post. You got You got to get a little position. I mean, this is sort of ridiculous.
I'm surprised the 8 was not even involved.
Nowhere near the early front.
49 and change. This horse has been going 46 and change.
Yes, he should be considerably farther
but
in
no
front
doubt,
than the
I mean, the
7.
winner, good job by Daniel Centeno, just taking this horse to the front. And Mike Deeney's been on a tear of late.
Back to New York, and there's Ruben Silvera saying hi to Andy Serling. Ollie can dance.
Well, he has the misfortune of having me pick him, which these days is not going to help his chances.
9-1. This is Solo Empire, who's 1 for 13.
Yeah, 1 for 13 lifetime, and the lone win was a gate-to-wire finish, but it was over the turf course.
Odds on now, as we expected to be the favorite. Brown don't stop.
Yeah, how many times has Heeman Harkey, who I don't think rides badly, been a short price? Well, he should be here.
Big Rich, 2-1. Jimmy Ferraro Barn.
He is the most logical horse, I guess, the other horse, but his recent form leaves a lot to be desired.
It's a maiden, still not won yet in 13 drives, Neptune Beach.
Yeah, Carol Cedeno aboard in no 2nd place finishes. That worries me.
And Ollie can dance. There's Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, I thought he had some back form going longer, so I just didn't want to pick the heavy favorite on top, so I put him on top.
4 minutes to post. Late pick 5 coming up. You can follow along, get all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys, for all the races we show you in the program by downloading free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and play along. Pick 5 pool here, almost 64,000 and growing. As we take a look at the even money favorite here, Brown Don't Stop, in it seemingly either of those last 2 races at the mile and an 8 distance. Same thing we're doing here. Would get it done here, you would think.
The reality of it is that his last 2 buyer figures of 61 at this distance are better by a lot than the recent figures of anybody in this race, and that's why he's favored. He makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't take a position against him, Paulie, even though I picked the 7. But
I don't, but I think you got the right horse for 2nd. I like the 7 over the 5, and I'll tell you why. Like, when I look at the 7, I see really good races at Finger Lakes that are not bad. Now, Jonathan Buckley's a good trainer over there at Finger Lakes, and I think those races are okay. They're made in special weight. I know he went in for a claiming tag at one time, but I just think 7's a better proposition than Big Rich, the 5. That's just me. I'd rather play 3-7 than I would play 3-5, or, you know, I just think the 7 at 9-2. When you're bunched up like this, at least he's got some kick to come home.
Jonathan Buckley, you mentioned this one claimed off of him 2 starts ago, the 7 Ollie Can Dance, and now 9-2, third choice on the board. Let's head downstairs to Sarah.
Well, there is a prohibitive favorite in this race at 4-5 right now, and that is the number 3 Brown Don't Stop. And this is a horse that I'm not trying to beat in this spot. And as you have touched on the desk, guys, this one just has more successful efforts at the 1 1/8 distance. Only one other horse in this field has even tried the distance in his career before, and that is still a maiden in number 6 Neptune Beach. So 3 for 4 in the money at a 1 1/8 here might just be enough to get this done. And then on top of that, where consistency is such a hot commodity at levels like this, to run the same Beyer speed figure back to back in his last 2 races, finishing in the money in both of them, he's just showing a level of that consistency that we don't really see from plenty of the others in this field coming in. And he's just run races recently that are faster than what we've seen from the others in this field. Question is the pace, whether or not he ends up just sitting right off of a horse like the number 2 towards the inside, Solo Empire. And while we have had extremely logical results so far today, it does seem like we are seeing horses with inside position and early speed do very well, as we saw that first-time starter finishing second in the last race. Way too early to make any sort of definitive decisions about whether or not that's the place to be, but just something that I think to keep an eye on moving forwards, and we'll see if that can help out the number 2 Solo's Empire. But I am all in on Brown Don't Stop.
As is the betting public. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, 4-5 on this one right here. So third opportunity in a row at a 1 1/8, and we'll try and get that win for the first time. Your distant third last time out, just missed behind Jansen 2 back. Is today the day?
Listen, he's the horse to beat. I don't think he's really way over bet, but I cannot bring myself to pick or bet on horses that are 4-5, like with PPs like his. I get it. He's the horse to beat in here. I'm going to take the 7. Just I'd rather go down here in flames at 4-1-ish in this race. If the 5 beats me, he beats me. I'm not convinced that the 3 is going to be sitting second. I mean, Big Rich could be aggressively ridden. It depends how he's ridden. But I don't know how much the pace is going to matter, because the horse who's the speed, the 2, is extremely hard to make on paper. And small fields don't usually spread out. They usually end up being more bunched. So I think that may help my 7, who obviously doesn't have any early speed.
Comes from very far out of it. That first turn comes up quick, too, so that's not going to do him any favors. But I guess the good news, this is not some very huge field, Paul, where he's going to be strung so far outside.
Yeah, I'm with you. When you look at the race, does the 2 go to the front end, and if nobody gets aggressive with the 2 thinking, okay, he's just going to go out there by himself, then advantage to the 3, because Heeman Harkey can go, okay, let's just turn this to a 2-horse race, and I'm going to out-finish you. If he gets too aggressive with the 3 and the 5 and the 2, then it gives a big shot to the 7, Ollie Can Dance from off the pace.
There's the one who's going to try and set the tone early. The 2 stepping in. Here's the odds-on favorite. Brown Don't Stop. Heeman Harkey was aboard this horse 2 starts back when he just missed here at Aqueduct at this distance. And then Ruben Silvera going to hop aboard this 7 Ollie Can Dance here in a moment. They're going to load this one, it looks like, being told, through the front of the game, back him in.
It's funny. I've obviously, like Paulie, been around the racetrack for a long, long time. Back in the day, you used to see this, reasonably, fairly often.
Yeah.
Not every race, not every day. But you saw it there with some reasonable regularity. Nowadays, you almost never see this. I mean, I feel like if you see this 3 times a year, it's a lot, right? How often are we talking about this? But I feel like, now maybe it's a situation where people have just gotten better at training them and they've done them. But back in the day, horses were backed into the gate fairly frequently.
All the time. I always heard it was actually safer sometimes.
Well, that I wouldn't know, but I just think it's interesting that it's so rare that it happens now. You really notice it.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the start of the late pick 5.
And they're off. Off slowly there was Ollie Can Dance, and also Big Rich was slightly squeezed at the start. Well off the rails, Solo Empire is drifting out, but does have the front end. And now Solo Empire with Brown. Don't stop there, 1-2. Neptune Beach is 3 wide in that second group, is now taking a third spot at the rail. Purple Cap, that's Big Rich. The trailer, Ollie Can Dance. Alone up front is Solo Empire. Solo Empire doing it easily, and Solo Empire works to the back, stretches up by 3/4 of a length. 24 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Brown Don't Stop is in pursuit, is stalking the pace setter now, and the front two are now 2.5, almost 3, in front of another pair of Neptune Beach to the outside of Big Rich. Ollie Can Dance is trying to keep up, is 6-7 lengths the trailer, as Solo Empire continues to just roll right along. Brown Don't Stop caught a breather and lost a touch of ground through a 49.45 half-mile time. Big Rich is trying to move in closer, is at the rail, and Neptune Beach is back to 4th. Ollie Can Dance, no run yet, still the trailer as they work into the far turn, and the front two have not stopped yet. It's Solo Empire, and Brown Don't Stop is back to within a neck of the leader, well into the far turn now, and just looming up on the outside. Here comes Brown Don't Stop through a 1:14 and 4. 3/4 of a mile time. Solo Empire trying to gut it out. Brown Don't Stop making up some mile ground as Big Rich is starting to inch closer. The front two are head and head with a quarter mile left to go, and at the rail, Solo Empire's got more. Brown Don't Stop is trying to catch this pace setter, but still running is Solo Empire, and Solo Empire's back up by a length and a half, almost 2. Approaching the final furlong, Solo Empire shrugged off the challenge of Brown Don't Stop, making up some late strides is Big Rich, and Big Rich is coming after a weary leader. Solo Empire needs the line. Can Big Rich get there up on the outside? It's going to be a photo finish. Got real tight there. Solo Empire and Big Rich in a tight photo for the win. Browns Don't Stop finished 3rd in 1 minute 56.74 seconds.
The 2 Solo Empire, the 5 Big Rich. Who gets to the wire first? Solo Empire puts away Brown Don't Stop. Does he hold off this 5?
Tell you what, the 5 got the bob.
The 2 got the bob coming back,
might
but
have been physically in front, Andy.
I think the 5 was already in front of him, so even though 2 got the bob, I think the 5 got it. But I got to tell you, and I didn't bet either of these horses, if you bet the 2, my heart goes out to you. That's just an awful beat if you bet the 2 at 6-1 in here, leading the whole way. And you said in the turn, you go, it doesn't look to me like you said the 3 of them going by. Ooh. They better be careful. The 5's going to win this race if they're not careful. I think he got up, but the 2 did get a lot of the bob.
The 2 got a lot of the bob, but I think the 5 got up. I will say this. You know, I talked to her right before the race. Heeman Harkey did what he wanted to do, and
it's not Heeman's fault.
No.
I know you're not saying it is.
No, I'm just saying he wanted to turn this into a 2-horse race. Go 115 as they posted the 5 as the winner. They went 115. Let's turn it into a 2-horse race, Greg. And the 2 just kicked away from him. I mean, they were staggering home a little bit, but the 5 got the job done. And like you said, Andy, if you had the 2, because he was going to play way bigger than 6-1 in the pick 6.
I agree. If you use that horse in multi-race bets, yes, that is a staggeringly tough beat for him. You beat the favorite, but
2, 3, 6, and Solo Empire doing all the dirty work up front. Just gets nailed at the wire. Lane Luzzy aboard.
I'm turning into a bit of a Lane Luzzy fan. One thing about Lane Luzzy, and this horse was the speed on paper. I'm not saying he was reinventing the wheel, but Lane goes. You know, he's aggressive, and I like to see an aggressive ride. It feels like there have been some times during this meet where his aggressive riding may have won races that a passive ride wouldn't have won, and this was just a staggeringly tough beat for him.
Yeah, and I was wrong about the 5 Big Rich because he actually didn't have a great break, and he still won this race.
But
Jose Lezcano for James Ferraro, Big Rich with the win at 5-2, 4-5 favorite, backs up to 3rd, defeated here. Again, 5-2, 4-6. Finish prices when we come back, and we'll get into the late pick 4 next.
And clear off in the Naira Vince Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them.
Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
This is my Oakland.
Back on our Friday coverage, America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We had a photo finish here in the 4th at Aqueduct and a brutal beat for Longshot Solo Empire, the 2. It's Big Rich who gets the win.
Yeah, congratulations to Big Rich. A gelding by Bolt d'Oro out of the Unbridled Songmare Generosity. And yeah, got a little generosity today. And you can see the 2 and the 3 staggering right here. I looked at you, Andy. I'm like, these 2 horses are going to get picked off here.
Well, you called the 5 a winner around the 5/16 pole.
This is crazy.
They got the staggers. Brown don't stop. He stopped.
He did. And a bit of a setup for the 5, but yeah, credit this 2 who kept on going.
Oh, wait till you see the photo. My gosh. If you had the 2, the photo's even worse.
One of the nastiest beats you will ever see for the 2 horse here.
The 2 finished way too close to the front for me to have him.
Oh, that's not even right, is that?
Ooh. Well, he got all of the bottom.
This game.
Yep.
We've all lost stuff photos.
$7.70 to Big Rich, just down with that nostril in time for the victory. 5-2-3 here in the 4th. We'll get to the 5th when we come back to kick off the late pick 4. And we'll look ahead to coverage we have coming up tomorrow. From Saudi, Rattle and Roll looking to do his thing. For Ken McPeak, Joel Rosario will ride, coming off a victory last time out in the Clark. Stay with us. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. We got international coverage coming up tomorrow. The Saudi Cup $20 million race. Group 1. And I'll be on part of that coverage from 12 Eastern time for the big one.
What time are you getting your flight over there?
I will be live in studio from New York. We'll meet the crew who's live on site in a minute. This is going to line up. Obviously, you look at that list. We talked about Rattle and Roll, but the big name, Forever Young.
Yeah, I mean, Romantic Warrior is a very cool horse, but he's never been on the dirt, and he has a turf pedigree. Doesn't mean he can't win, and Forever Young, he's one of the best dirt horses in the world. To me, 8-5 is a steal.
No question. Well, with more on this big event coming up on our coverage tomorrow, let's go to Laffit Pincay and Michelle Yu.
On the eve of the world's richest horse race, $20 million Saudi Cup from King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone alongside Michelle Yu. I'm Laffit Pincay. Saudi Cup tomorrow evening. Michelle, for someone who just learned the Saudi Cup is tomorrow night. Like, what is the storyline going in?
I mean, there are a couple of storylines, but I think that the big headliner is going to be Romantic Warrior. He is the hero of Hong Kong. He has won 10 Group 1s, $22 million plus in U.S. money, and he's trying to earn his share of $20 million by doing something he hasn't done before, running on the dirt. World's richest horse competing in the world's richest horse race. That's Romantic Warrior. And then you have a very strong Japanese contingent, headlined by Forever Young, familiar to American racing fans, third in the Kentucky Derby, third in the Breeders' Cup Classic. What are you expecting from him? A win. I mean, I really like Forever Young. I think that what he did last year, just his campaign and how he traveled so much, and then he came over to the U.S., and he was just a force to be reckoned with. He didn't lose in his losses to me. He just kind of gained in stature, and he's won a race on this track before. He won the Saudi Derby last year. I really think this is Forever Young's time to step up into that W. You still argue best horse in the Kentucky Derby, though he had to settle for a third place finish, defeated about a head. And then the American contingent, like 5 strong last year, only one this year. Michelle, Rattle and Roll, does he have the stuff to defeat the likes of Romantic Warrior and Forever Young in the Saudi Cup? I mean, if you're just going to ask me on what we've seen from him, I'm going to say no. And I hate to not love a U.S. horse, but he has not been an upper echelon handicap horse stateside. So it's hard to say that coming here, not only is he going to be able to best, the other horses that he's beat already, but also best some of the best turf horses in the world, even though they're switching surfaces. Color me concerned, Laffit. It does have that Kenny McPeak magic working for him, coming off of a fairy tale season last year. The win in the Derby, the win in the Oaks, Torpedo, and of course, Horse of the Year. Do you have a selection just yet? Who's going to win this Saudi Cup? My selection is Forever Young. Forever Young. For Michelle, I'm going Factor Cheval tomorrow night. 6th running, $20 million Saudi Cup on Fox Sports 2.
Again, we'll have coverage of that race on the program tomorrow, and Forever Young is going to be the selection of a lot of people. He is the horse to beat in that race.
And I love Michelle's honesty about Rattle and Roll. I couldn't agree with her more. He's just a horse that if he gets a piece of this, it's because others just don't show up and run. And I appreciate how honest she was about that.
He's going to pick up some pieces. I mean, he's just a horse that comes from way out of it. I'm with Michelle, too, as well. I don't think he's just got the class to beat these type of horses. But he can run a nice race in there. I think Ramjet's going to make a good count of himself. Been behind Forever Young a couple times, but a younger horse that's improving.
$20 million race coming up tomorrow on our early coverage, part 1 of our coverage on Fox Sports as we get back to today's action here on this Friday card. 20-year anniversary of one of the most dramatic and probably athletic moves we ever witnessed in a Triple Crown race. We'll look back on how it all started for Fleet Alex when we come back. Stay with us.
Wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. You're watching America's Day of the Races, and we're going to get back to Tampa Bay Downs. Post time coming up. Race 6, 5.5 furlong sprint. It kicks off this cross-country Pick 5. Races 6, 7, 8 at Tampa, and races 5 and 6 in New York at Aqueduct comprise the sequence.
Yeah, and while I've narrowed the 6 race down to 5, 8, and 9, I don't want to say much because Paulie told me this morning if there's one race I like today, I am so excited about the 6th race in Tampa, so I don't want to take any more of his thunder away.
So one real quick before we get you, Paulie, you narrowed it down to who here?
5, 8, and 9.
I thought the 7 had a big look, but go ahead, Paulie.
I'm lying, by the way. Paulie doesn't.
This race I thought had a lot of speed in it.
In case you couldn't figure that
out. And I thought the 2, Foxy Lady, at 23-1 is a very viable long shot. I understand this horse is an 8-year-old mare. But
you're a Jimi Hendrix fan. Just admit it. Own it.
I do. I like Jimi Hendrix. But I do think the 5 at 6-1 is a very good price.
I completely agree. I'm with you on the 5. I think the 5 is the right horse at a big price.
Meanwhile, the favorite, Sassy Charlie, missed by a nose 2 back, and then won convincingly for this same level 10,000 last start.
And I will say that the trainer, John Rigateri, has good numbers off the claim. This one was claimed from Kathleen O'Connell. She's not easy to claim from. She's a very, very, very good trainer. But he does pretty well off the train. Off the claim in the dirt overall, he's 8 for 21 over the last 5 years with almost a 250 ROI. So he does pretty well off the claim. But
he's been winning out there for decades.
She's good.
It seems like.
And I don't think this horse is the speed, right? The 1 and 6 could both be faster than this horse early.
This horse ran fast last time, 109, 116. I think the track was playing fast that day. But I can understand why this horse is 3-2. I just can't take the horse on the barn change because I think Andy makes a good point. Kathleen O'Connell reclaimed this horse. So at 3-2, I'd rather take 6-1 on the 5. And like I said, I think the 2 can run up to into this trifecta here with Sonny Leone.
Now, 8, I think the 8 is quick, but Andy makes a good point here on the 6. So they put a 3 furlong bullet drill into that horse, maybe to try and accentuate that speed for this start coming up.
Yeah. Race. There's a lot of horses in here that want to be forward, and we'll see what happens from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they'd be moving a little bit. The 1's got, I mean, doesn't the 1 sort of, I mean, you never know with Elijah Greenidge, but he's going to do, but he's supposed to be forward in this race. And, I mean, wait a sec, that horse is quick. So we'll see. Now, if you're the 8, you have the benefit of being outside those 2. So you can sort of allow what they do to dictate how you ride the race.
6-year-old mare, the 8, Sassy Charlie, who's in very sharp form for this level right now. 12 times, 25 starts, have been first or second with 7 wins. Looking to go back-to-back and win a first off the claim for John Rigateri. 3-2 favorite, the 8. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Here's Sassy Charlie, Gabriel Maldonado to gate 8. Mortastic can be the final one to join. Ademar Santos. Mortastic. Just about set for a start. Today's late pick 4 on a Friday. Mortastic coming up. And just about in. Now it goes up. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Foxy Lady from the inside out quickly. Explosive Exchange is moving up between runners. And Explosive Exchange and Foxy Lady, those two 1-2. Wait a sec, just outside of them in the black and pink polka dots racing in third. So like to have more back to Megan making money. Between horses, Ideal Breeze. Out wide is Rita Book, Delta Charm in that pack as well. The two at the back early on are Mortastic and Sassy Charlie, but only 4.5 lengths cover the group. So they go into that turn. Explosive Exchange leads them to the 3/8 pole, length and a half in front. Wait a sec in the second position. Down to the inside, Foxy Lady. Mortastics continues to make up ground, is fourth now on the outside. It's two more back to Ideal Breeze. Sassy Charlie under ride, still about 7 lengths behind as they come around to the top of the stretch. On the inside, Explosive Exchange still in front. Here's Mortastic out 3 deep. Back between them, Wait a Sec is third. 2.5 more to Foxy Lady and Sassy Charlie. Mortastic and Adamar Santos taking off for home. It's Mortastic in front by the 16th pole by 2.5 lengths. Explosive Exchange, Wait a Sec, Foxy Lady, all giving chase to Mortastic. Mortastic going to win it here at 5-1, won it by 2. Second ended up pretty close, either Explosive Exchange or Wait a Sec. After that, Foxy Lady and Sassy Charlie.
Mortastic with the victory. 5 wins, 14 career starts after a runner-up finish last time out.
Cut back from 7 furlongs to 5.5 furlongs helped as he made the run to get there. The number 8 had no position early as the favorite and did no running, as did my 5, Ideal Breeze.
Yeah, the 9 just had the best post position, I think. You know, we were talking about the horse that was going to be outside. The 9 got the outside position. It was a nice winner there, easy winner.
Post-parade, race 5, start of the Big 4 here at Aqueduct. Condition $16,000 claiming race. I see you looking. The one starts it off.
Yeah, this horse has back form to go back to that's good enough, but the recent form not good.
Z-Bear kind of been going the wrong way. At one time would be a massive favorite.
Yeah, and it's one of these games where you have to play a guessing game with Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice because she wins so many of these kind of races.
Dead on the board.
Drop
totally
in
dead on
class,
the board.
but yeah, the form
Totally
is just
dead.
dissipated. Here is Perfect Flight coming off a good effort.
I liked Perfect Flight in here. I'm not betting at 5-2, but I thought the horse was logical if you didn't want the layoff horse.
Matty over on When Love Takes Over.
I mean, taking a little money here, and I think maybe the public's thinking this is the horse that they can maybe have to catch.
Yeah, I think so.
Aaliyah went gate to wire for a win last out.
I agree, and sort of last time was the time, and has to deal in all likelihood, as Paul said, with the 4 early.
Pineapple Man not listed, but is a new gelding.
Yeah, new gelding in a new barn in Michelle Nevin's barn. Now drops to $16,000.
And King Moonracer, biggest price on the board outside, 25-1.
When he's good, he's a turf horse, and he's not even good now.
4 minutes away. 5th race coming up. Starts this late pick 4 on our Friday card. You can play it right there. Now we're bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that offer for new members. $200 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code at sign up.
You know, this race, the 2 horses that have to be talked about are the 2 and 6. Z-Barrow has form that can easily beat these, but drops off a cliff off a layoff. I know he just went down to 3-1. This horse is not taking money like a Linda Rice horse is going to show up today. And Pineapple Man, who also has the back form to win it, he comes off the layoff, dropping down off a claim from Michelle. Hasn't been out since claimed in June. They're the best 2 horses on their new races, but both of them off the layoffs, and both of them a little bit tepid on the board, at least as of now.
Yeah, you make a good point because a lot of trainers don't want to sit on $16,000 claimers. You know what I mean? They want to run them. So when horses like this are off a layoff, it's a little bit cautious when they do drop down. So do you play the horses that are kind of in form? And you look at the horse on your screen right here. That's, you know, just went off the screen. Is right now your favorite. Well, that was a 3 Perfect Flight.
I just think Aaliyah, the 5, that big win last time. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins again. You know, maybe the 2 and 6 just can't run, and we'll take a look at Aaliyah's last race. But it just seems like that was the time to have him. And with the presence of the 4, as you mentioned, Paulie, that horse is supposed to be in front. And I just wonder if Aaliyah can be expected to be as competitive with a different kind of trip. You look at her, has 2 wins. Both of them were wire to wire.
She ran this field off. He ran this field off their feet and opened up 9 lengths. Now, the winning margin was about, 2 1/4, and it doesn't look great at the end, but at the end of the day, when you open up 9 lengths on the field, you pretty much win this race easily. There was never doubt this horse was going to win. Now,
really, I bet him, but I was a little worried top of the stretch, to be honest with you, Paulie.
But the problem is like, can this horse has got one way to go? Now, do the 4 and 5 get into some kind of like a little speed here?
Yeah, you know, it's the thing about the race is what your position was in the 2 and 6. It's not the 5, it's the 2 and 6, the 2 layoff horses. I didn't particularly want either one of them. Neither one of them are taking any money. That's bad signs. And if they don't win, the 3 is the best horse in the race overall if you don't really like them. Not to say the 5 can't win, but the 2's the favorite because the 3 is the favorite because the 2 especially is just dead on the board.
All of us against the 2 Z-Bear despite that huge drop in class for one of the best barns on the circuit, Linda Rice, but very cool from the betting public as well. As we go to Sarah.
And we'll pick up with Z-Bear, who was your morning line favorite and does project to be so in doubles, but only slightly relative to the number 3 Perfect Flight. And I agree with Andy, it's not a good sign that he's not taking the kind of money that you would expect if he was going to show up with one of his regular type of efforts in here. He's dropping aggressively in class, as you can see, for Linda Rice. And while she does have okay stats doing so, this is not one of the areas where she really excels, though maybe she's had just assessed that this is a spot where he could be competitive, and she wins a lot of races by placing her horses in spots where they can be competitive. The number 3, Perfect Flight, he's had some trouble in a couple of starts. He exits an ultra productive race 3 back 2 starts ago. He was the last to load. Assistant starter seemed to be getting out of the way just in time for the gates to open, so he was off a little bit slow. And then last time out, inside speed advantageous. Devil's Key got a perfect trip, hugging the rail all the way around the racetrack, and he still finished second at 9-1. But that price much more attractive than what we're getting on him today, and he's a horse that's had a couple of chances over his last few starts, productive races, some excuses or not. He's not really a horse that you want to take at 5-2. I picked him, but again, I agree with Andy, not rushing to the windows to bet this one.
Thank you, Sarah. Post time coming up. Here we go. Here is the 6. Pineapple Man, off since June of last year. Michelle Nevin claimed and has not been able to run back until now.
And he had some question marks even before the layoff. I have great respect for Michelle Nevin, but I'm a little iffy on this guy.
Biggest price on the board about to load. Price has come down a little on Z-Bear. Still not the favorite, though. Perfect Flight to 3, 2-1 is your top choice. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Z-Bear breaks with early speed and right towards the outside. Here comes Aaliyah. Is hard sent. Aaliyah is intent on getting to the front and will. Aaliyah is now up by a length with a host of pursuers in behind. It's a lineup of 3 with ICU looking in between horses Z-Bear. And here comes a move towards the outside. When Love Takes Over is now going to secure second. That's going to push ICU looking back to third, and Z-Bear is now fourth. From 5th is Perfect Flight, the 2 at the back, King Moon Racer with the trailer. Pineapple Man, 23.28 for the opening quarter mile. Aaliyah's in front. Right to the outside when Love Takes Over is now within a half length of the leader. Tightly at the rail is ICU looking. Perfect Flight is trying to beat Z-Bear to the spot, and Perfect Flight is now up on heels as they get set to reach the top of the stretch, and the new leader is When Love Takes Over. What a seam there for ICU looking, just ran right around Aaliyah, who's dropping back. ICU looking is now put a nose in front. ICU looking is opening up that margin. Z-Bear is down the center of the racetrack, back to second there When Love Takes Over. ICU looking and Eric Cancel have a 16th left to go and just found that running room, and ICU looking gets the victory. ICU looking over When Love Takes Over. Z-Bear, and from way out of it, Pineapple Man's in a photo with Perfect Flight in 1 minute 13.62 seconds.
ICU looking, Eric Cancel. Greg Sacco with a win again here. Up the inside for the victory at 8-1.
Horse had not lifted a hoof in 3 straight races, to be fair. Caught a muddy seal track, but got a perfect ride and trip from Eric Cancel to get it done. Manny Franco did not make Maddie Oliver look good early in the race, sending Aaliyah, and she had a steady behind him, and I think finished second. How about Pineapple Man, who looked like he was going to be eased on the backstretch? I don't think he got third, but he had the lead after the gallop out, for those that are excited about gallop out.
And Z-Bear just didn't do much. They just kind of ran around the racetrack. The 4 actually took over the front end from the 5, who just kind of collapsed, but Eric Cancel was always looking like a winner on the 1 here. I see you looking, gets it done, like you said, Greg, a double for Greg Sacco, and this one for Donna Wright.
1-4-2 finish, and yeah, as Andy mentioned, Pineapple Man goes to 7 furlongs next start. Keep an eye on.
I won't be betting him next time either, but that means he'll probably win. Perfect Flight got into a jackpot between horses on the turn. Looked like he had a lot of horse. And once the horse sort of steady behind horses, he was just completely empty. It was weird because he looked like a winner.
Well,
And then he just
I think the
steadied.
lesson learned from this race is what Andy and I were talking about. When the 2 and the 6 that he mentioned, 2 horses dropping down in class, when they're at the $16,000 level, you don't want to see layoffs. You want to see horses that are running.
Right. I still couldn't have had the one, so I can't. Yeah. I can't red board this winner in a million years. So.
$18 horse here in the 5th to start this late pick 4 from Aqueduct.
Johnny V at the time was the best rider in the country, maybe in the world, and he knew what he's doing right from the gate.
He was stuck down on the inside and really could not get out when he needed to get out.
Was disappointed at the time, but we're like, 5 starts, 4 wins in a second. It's not bad, but Tim wanted 2-year-old of the year for him. So he gave it some thought. He said, okay, let's go to the Breeders' Cup.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you where you can play it all. Get signed up, NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bonus 200. That code to punch in for new members and sign up. I see you looking. 8-1 upset in race 5. Eric Cancel for Greg Sacco. Owned by Donna Wright. And not an easy one to have here.
And after you saw a couple of short prices win the first 3 races here, we've seen upsets in the next couple of races. Now, the second choice got the money in the last race. But this one, no way was he second choice.
Well, good job by Eric Cancel. City of Light, a pleasantly perfect mare. Sometimes it doesn't work out. They paid $400,000 for this gelding, but 3-time winner today and gets the job done. And it'll be interesting to see if this horse got claimed or not.
So I see you looking 3 wins now, 13 tries. Put together back-to-back wins.
It is a nice day.
Last year, August and September, $18.20 going to shake things up in all these multi-race wagers this afternoon. early pick 5 completed, $165, and we're going to do a lot better than that in this late pick 5. There was an objection back at Tampa against your eventual winner here, Mortastic, finished 9-4-6.
Yeah, the 8 claimed foul against the 9 around the turn, and the stewards there did not allow the foul, so the 9 was able to be posted to the winner. 9-4-6. This was a nice trifecta because I want to say the 4 here was a Giant Price who ran third. Or the horse that ran third, the 6 ran third. 6-17 to 1 or something like that?
Well, you've got the big favorite was out, too.
Yeah.
Number 8.
So no change in the order despite that objection. $12.60 for the win. Easy win for Mortastic. Big pick 4. Wow, $3,184. Cross country, that's quite a nice start. If you're still alive, 2 legs in with a long way to go, but that's what you want to see. So congrats if you had these 2 and you're still rolling. Tampa 7 coming up next in the sequence, 14 minutes away. According to trainer Tim Ritchie, his jockey on a Fleet Alex, Jeremy Rose, thought the horse was so special he was from planet Krypton. This horse would eventually show Superman-like prowess in Baltimore in the Triple Crown Series. But we're going to look back at the beginning of this 5-part series on the 20-year anniversary of a Fleet Alex, how it all began in his 2-year-old campaign.
The first time I saw Fleet Alex was at the Timonium 2-year-old in training sale.
He checked a lot of boxes, so we were very, very happy with everything that we saw about him, and we were somewhat surprised that we were able to get him for $75,000.
He stuck out to me. And Tim said that's the new Rocket, and I worked him. First time I worked him, we knew we had talent.
We took him to Delaware Park.
Nice debut for a Fleet Alex.
Jeremy did a heck of a job teaching him to relax behind horses.
A Fleet Alex under a hand ride down the lane.
He had just had a turn foot that was devastating in a race.
Then we go up to Saratoga.
For me to be going from allowance race at Delaware Park to the Sanford and then maybe the Hopeful, they were amazed that I was even thinking that.
A Fleet Alex bursting away to lead by 2.5 lengths.
Now all of a sudden we're 3 for 3 and we're celebrating.
A Fleet Alex won.
So the Champagne, not one of my favorite races. Johnny V, at the time, was the best rider in the country, maybe in the world. And he knew what he was doing right from the gate.
He was stuck down on the inside and really could not get out when he needed to get out.
He made the first move, I made the second move. Cost Alex race. Johnny V beat me that day. It wasn't the horse.
Was disappointed at the time, but we're like, 5 starts, 4 wins in a second. It's not bad, but Tim wanted 2-year-old of the year for him. So he gave it some thought. He said, okay, let's go to the Breeders' Cup.
He didn't get the best trip there as well.
Fleet Alex, the leader, as they come down to the mid-stretch marker.
A horse came from way outside called Wilco.
And it's Wilco in front, and he's going to pull off a huge upset here.
And he finished second in the Breeders' Cup.
Pretty much every time he's gotten beat, except for the Rebel, it's usually a jockey error. I can point right where things went wrong.
After the Breeders' Cup, we took a Fleet Alex back to Delaware Park. He had filled out a lot more. He'd grown some. At that point, he was the winter book favorite for the Kentucky Derby. I had planned on going to Oaklawn Park for the winter. We picked out the Mountain Valley where he just blew by horses.
I think we galloped out in like 122 because we were trying to get enough air in them for the Rebel for the next race.
Clients that I had wanted a different rider. I was talked into putting Johnny Velasquez on the horse.
I said, let's be honest, I mean, I'm 5 years in. Johnny V's won everything there is.
They had some point to it because of Jeremy made a few blunders here and there.
We were certainly hoping for a really good effort.
And he came into the race great.
And they're off in the Rebel.
He didn't run very well. The head of the lane, he just had nothing, which is the first time that has ever happened.
A Fleet Alex is all done.
He laid an egg. He came in last, and we're like, what's going on?
Well, automatically, I just started walking and walked all the way back to the barn with him.
We get back to the barn, the first person there is Jeremy.
You could see he had like a greenish discharge coming out of his nostrils, so he obviously had some kind of a lung infection.
Jeremy, who lost the mount, is the first one back to see Alex, just to make sure he's okay. So we talk about it. We said, there's something with this horse and this jockey. We need to go back to him. Tim said, okay, I'll clean up the lung infection. We'll put Jeremy back on and we'll see what happens.
told Mr. Zachney that fate is telling us that Jeremy's supposed to ride this horse.
Watching the races, we're yelling and screaming, let's go Alex, let's go Alex.
A lot of drama and decision-making behind the scenes before they even got to that first Saturday in May with that horse. That's part one of a 5-part series, so looking forward to seeing the rest of it.
I remember when he showed up in Saratoga, the Saratoga Special, and I think he drew an outside post, a big field, a 12-horse field, and just absolutely demolished the field.
It just shows you what goes into a lot of different things for a horse like Jeremy Rose is riding, and then they take the guy off like Jeremy, they put Johnny V aboard. A lot of that stuff happens, and then Jeremy Rose gets back on the horse, and you'll see what happens in the next 4 parts?
Exactly.
Well, I'm on pins and needles to see how the story plays out.
To me, I mean, that is one of the most remarkable, we'll get to it eventually, that Preakness. I mean, just incredible how this horse even was still standing, let alone win the race.
No, it was a great effort. He was a terrific horse. It's a shame that he never ran after the Belmont because he and I hate to give away the ending, but he was a terrific talent.
We'll get back to Tampa coming up next. We're going to take a short time out. This race approaching the 8-minute mark to post. And our current favorite at 5-2, the 2 consolation prize first-time starter, Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown. We'll have more in the field when we come back.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Cheminot take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for race 7 here at Tampa. Mile on the grass, maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win. Here's Mischievous Han.
Has had 3 chances at turf at this level and just hasn't been done any real running.
Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables consolation prize debuts.
Yeah, interesting pedigree here, but anytime Chad sends out a first-time starter on the turf, they're going to be dangerous.
Plenty of turf pedigree on the dam side.
Sacred Fire, start number 2.
Dam is 0 for 1 with turf production, and I don't love Gervin as a turf sire.
Derby winning trainer. I had No Merlot. No Merlot is still in the race, 8-1.
Yeah, horse it's first time gelding in Lasix.
I picked that horse. I'm betting that horse.
Here's Blistering for Eric Reed of Rich Strike fame.
Just doesn't really have much turf pedigree on the dam side, but is a American Pharaoh.
Third, beat less than 2 lengths on the turf in the debut for 12 Treasures.
Yeah, a horse that's bred to run all day long, gelding by Candy Ride.
Authentic Honor, Samuel Marin.
Tried the turf twice and really hasn't done much running, better sprinting.
Pico Plat, big number, Ademar Santos.
Didn't run bad last time out, getting Lasix for the first time. That was on dirt. Now I'm going to try turf today.
Cafe La Pie.
Kind of a runoff speed in his turf route debut last time out.
Mr. Miles next door, this gray.
Yeah, he kind of did the same thing as the 9. He ran off, didn't he? First time Lasix. Yeah. We'll see what happens today.
Next door, the great Oscar Turf debut was 4th from the back of the pack at a huge price.
But he's coming out of that Sky Masterton race that 12 Treasures was in where the speed held up. I actually think he ran okay, though he was on the rail, and now he has an outside post.
And a second-time starter, didn't take much money in the debut, Peace Cloud.
He was behind 12 Treasures, the 6th last time out, and he's 7-1. Hector Diaz aboard for Timothy Ham, who's in very good condition.
You look at the 11 and 12. They now have post 11 and 12. They had post 2 and 3 last time out. That is a very big swing and probably projects to make their trips tougher than they were last time. Not that they're impossible.
Yeah, good point. Meanwhile, this barn, these owners, always going to take money. It's Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and a first-time starter consolation prize, Expensive Son of Vino Rosso.
When you pay $325,000 for a Vino Rosso, you're thinking Derby. I mean, you know, that's the sort of the thinking, because this is an operation that buys a lot of horses in Europe to run on the grass, here, to, you know, yearlings. So in a lot of ways, it's sort of a negative that he ends up on the turf. Now, that doesn't mean that he couldn't be a good turf horse. And if you look at the dam side, the dam produced a horse that won $260,000 the turf and got a 97 buyer, 2 for 2. Vino Rosso, though, is an 8% turf sire. That concerns me a little bit, but there is a lot of turf on the dam side.
5-2 favorite right now. Meanwhile, one who has already run, and it was on the grass. As we mentioned, third, beat less than 2 lengths in the debut for Owen Hardy. 12 Treasures.
Yeah, my knock on this horse, not that he couldn't win, is that race the pace held together. And even though it looks quick, horses didn't close. And I just feel like he ran with the flow of the race. That was my knock on him. But he's obviously one of the contenders, Paulie.
Yeah, he was kind of like in the middle of horses where you could see now Peace Cloud was 23-1 on this day. 12 Treasures was 13-1. He kind of just ran on a treadmill late. That's my concern, considering he's got a tappet mare. I wonder if he was like caught inside for his first start, really didn't want to go through. It's like he's just like bobbing up and down.
He just sort of ran along.
Not love. I'll tell you what, the 7 to me with Mike Deeney, who's a perennial one of the best turf trainers down there. I get it. He ran well sprinting, but he had a bad beginning. I think with a better beginning, he makes a good account of himself at 7-1.
I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that one. I think the 4 is the interesting horse, switching to Michelle Hemingway. If you look at the 3 turf races this horse ran, in the first and the third, he had posts 11 of 11 and 12 of 12 going 2 turns, which just puts him in a position where he's unlikely to get a particularly good trip. The only time he drew towards the inside, he actually ran a respectable race, finishing 4th with a good trip, but he ran a 62 buyer, which puts him right in line with 12 Treasures, and he did it back in October. So he's got 4 months to improve on it, which means he could run a 70 figure here, which makes him very dangerous, and at 7-1, he's the where I want to go in here.
2 minutes of post in this 7th from Tampa. We'll get back to it. Feature race from New York. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming group, and there is Toxic Gray, one of the main contenders right now. 2-1 as the what's wrong?
Tetsu.
Oh, I skipped the race. Sorry, it's race 6.
Greg has no use. Greg has no use for the 6th. You got somewhere you got to be?
I'm just so excited about race 7. I wanted to get there. Tetsu coming off that win, but a couple of horses in this race. Amundsen, one of them. This horse as well. Hasn't raced in a long time, off since April.
It's not so dissimilar, Paul, to the last race, right? Where 2 major contenders, and Amundsen and Tetsu, haven't run in a while. If Amundsen runs back to his last 2 races, he's going to smoke this field, but he's taking no money.
You're right. He would smoke this field. And anytime, nothing against Greg DiPrima, but anytime you're going Greg DiPrima to a guy like Rick Dutrow, you would think this horse would be a heavy favorite. So, the 4 and the 5, I can agree to disagree on both of them, to be honest with you.
The 4 and the 5 also both running with the waiver. There's a lot of people that will tell you, smart people, that's a negative, that they're using the waiver off of the layoff. I don't really have a strong opinion. For people that might be wondering why Abaddon is the favorite, the 2, it's because the 1 and 3 scratching took all the speed out of this race, and Abaddon is now kind of on a loose lead. But I'm not sure Abaddon is that good, and I kind of wonder if it helps Dot's Dollar more than Abaddon, because now it brings him right into the race, stalking Abaddon, who probably better than.
That's who I picked the 7. I just think because of the pace dynamics, he gets the best trip in this race.
I picked the 6, so I think
run
it'll be
a race,
close.
though, fast enough to if someone shows up?
Probably not. I mean, listen, if the 4 or the 5 shows up, one of those 2
If
wins.
the 4 runs his good races, he'll crush this field, but I'm highly skeptical. And it's not, I don't mind the trainer switch to John Toscano. They do well.
Have been off for a long time. Here's Amundsen. and the last time we saw him.
Yeah, I just got a bad feeling about all those voided claims, and then he has a layoff of 7 months coming back here. Just not the kind of horse, Paulie, I want to bet on. Obviously, he can win.
I'm with you. We had the same situation in the last race. Do you bet the horses that are dropping, or do you bet the horses that are right now in a good form at this level?
That's why the 2 and 6 and 7 are 100%. The ones we're kind of looking at, whoever you like among them, because they have recency.
100%. Yeah.
And the 6 was against the track last time out. That's why I like him.
So the 4, the 5, 2 9-year-olds who have races that would smoke this field, as you said. Amundsen, 15 for 30 lifetime.
He's an incredible horse. I mean, he really is a very, very cool horse. You know, it's amazing to look at him. Not only 15 for 39 lifetime, so he's won 5 out of 13 races, so he's winning at like a 38% clip, but only 3 seconds and 6/3. So he not only runs, when he shows up, he wins. And that's pretty cool about him. He's a horse that gets it done when he runs his race.
I know we're at Tampa right now. You can say a little bit long layoffs for both, but older horses,
true,
professionals, they know what they're doing. Do they need that time?
He's won $400,000 at this racetrack alone.
Pretty incredible.
I think I've lost about $400,000 over the last few weeks at this racetrack alone, throwing in a couple of bets here and there at Oakland and Tampa.
Back to Tampa, favorite, not a big surprise, first-time starter for the reigning Eclipse Award winning trainer, Chad Brown. Just collected his 5th award as outstanding trainer. And a lot of the races that he won were for Klarovich Stables, who he teams up with here.
And, you know, people who think Chad Brown goes to Tampa, he's bringing bad horses over there, are badly mistaken. Digital Age, an eventual Grade 1 winner, won, I think, a couple $1 million. He broke his maiden first time out at Tampa. Chad has brought a lot of good runners over to Tampa in the maiden races over the years.
I think that needs to be done with. When we go to these smaller racetracks, Angel of Empire started his career at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. I think we need to end that narrative of if these horses go to certain racetracks, they still might end up being nice horses.
Well, Monomoy Girl broke maiden as well in the turf in Indiana Grand, or Horseshoe. But I think with Tampa, it's specific. It's a much better turf course than it is at Gulfstream Park. At least to Chad Brown, it is.
And a lot of
trainers
other
want
their horses to
they
be
like
on
the course. And if you have a good horse, just because it's you know, breaking your maiden is more important than worrying about the purse.
Set for this 7th 2-turn mile coming up. Favorite, a first-time starter. Andy intrigued by the 4, No Merlot. Paulie, Authentic Honor, right? The 7?
Yeah.
Jason Beam with the call.
Right now, 23-1. $12 Treasures, and Mr. Miles going to be the next 2. No Merlot is in. Here's Peace Cloud to the outside. We're just waiting on 12 Treasures. We'll be all set to roll here. Late pick 3. 12 Treasures. Jesus Castanon to gate 6. Go again. They're at the gate. And the race is on. Good start in the center for Blistering in the green colors, flashing some early speed. Up from the far outside, here's Peace Cloud, and Peace Cloud going to grab the lead as they come by the wire for the first time. Authentic Honor Blistering second and third between horses. 12 Treasures is fourth. Mischievous Han 5th to the inside, only 3 off the top. Then comes Pico Plat, who's racing in 6th. No Merlot to that one's inside. 12 Treasures having all sorts of bother on that first turn. 12 Treasures went out to about the 5 path and lost a few spots. Consolation Prize is back in that second to last flight. Alongside of that one is Cafe La Paix and Mr. Miles. It's another 2 back to Sacred Fire. The early trailer is the Great Oscar. Peace Cloud from the outside down to the rail. Leads them as they work on to the back stretch. It's Peace Cloud by a length. In the second spot, Authentic Honor. Another 2.5 to Mischievous Han. Blisterings between horses and out 3 deep goes Pico Plat in the pink cap, yellow sleeves. Length and a half more back to 12 Treasures, who's back in gear alongside of No Merlot. Consolation Prize getting some urging down toward the inside from Gallardo is racing back at about 8th. Right alongside that one, Cafe La Paix. Mr. Miles still third last. Sacred Fire and the Great Oscar. It's been Peace Cloud throughout. Peace Cloud leading him around that far turn. Kicks the lead out to 2.5 now. In second, Authentic Honor. Up the inside comes Mischievous Han. Trying to rally up. No Merlot is up to 4th. Consolation Prize stuck in traffic down toward the inside. Is going to have to be a super horse to win this one. As they come past the 8th pole, it's still Peace Cloud there. Hector Diaz Jr. and Peace Cloud. Mischievous Han, No Merlot down toward the inside is within 3. Peace Cloud still there at the 16th pole. No Merlot running a good one up the inside with Mischievous Han, but it's Peace Cloud all the way at 17-1. Second went to No Merlot. Third was Mischievous Han. Fourth, Authentic Honor.
Wow, gate to wire, son of War of Will with the win. It's Peace Cloud.
I got to give a lot of credit to Hector Diaz with this horse, because there were a lot of people that were obviously napping at the start.
Yeah.
And he just came out of the gate running and clear with a horse who's not fast enough to make the lead in a normal situation. He got clear and got it done. My 4 got second, but I didn't use the 12 in exactas, and No Merlot got a good trip, but just second best.
No one picked up on my reference there. That's what they used to call War of Will in the barn. Wow.
I'm
Did
sorry.
they really?
That's okay.
Who are you?
Post parade back at Aqueduct. Abaddon kicks things off at 5-2, coming off a win.
Abaddon, excuse me, let me go over to Abaddon.
Looks like the speed.
Yeah, probably the speed of this race.
It's a 9-year-old off since July.
Yeah, 15 for 39 lifetime. Impressive.
Another 9-year-old off since April of last year, Tetsu.
Yeah, I can't bet off the layoff in this situation, but obviously can win.
And there is Eric Cancel hopping back aboard Mr. JT.
I'm looking for another one on the race card. He's going to have to improve today.
6 horse, there he is at 7-1, and then outside Dots Dollar 2-1. He's the favorite right now.
Yeah, I think he's a logical horse stalking. I prefer him to Abaddon for a forwardly placed horse, though I'm betting the 6, Mr. JT.
Romero Mirage outside. Wow, 9-5 favorite. Dots Dollar, 8-time winner. Gustavo Rodriguez barn. Let's go back to Mr. JT. 2 back. He was a winner for $25,000. There's a 6 horse there in the background.
And I think that effort, though he had a good trip, is good enough to make him a player here. And he was chasing wide last time against that super strong Gold Rail on December 27th. I think he's a very logical horse here at a crazy price right now.
More on Mr. JT. Let's go to Sarah.
And currently the longest shot in this field, and based on his last race at first glance, that would seem appropriate, but he was wide against a day where the inside was absolutely the place to be. We saw an extreme inside bias that day for his last race, and he was nowhere near that part of the racetrack. His race 2 back, it absolutely competes in a spot like this, and he has the recency edge over many of his rivals that might overall have been better horses at one time, but the price that he's at, this would normally be the kind of horse that I'd be all over. However, I think that the inside is good again today, and that leads me to a horse that has the early speed, as we know on paper from a couple of scratches in here. And with thinking that the inside is good, Abaddon becomes a lot more likable in here, though the price not so much at this time. He is favored in both doubles as well as the pick 3. He is first off the claim for Michelle Nevin as well. And in dirt sprints, first off the claim over the past 5 years, she does very well. 25%, $3.50 ROI. And 50% in the money. I know that he was a horse that had an advantage last time out for sure, as he was the speed towards the inside on a day where that was likely the place to be, but I think that's the place to be yet again today. And while I don't believe he's the best horse in this race, I think that he has the best advantages going forward.
Well, he's got some recency too. When coming off that win last start, facing the 2 superior horses, the 4, the 5, 2 9-year-olds, but coming off both of them long layoffs.
Yeah, this is a tricky race, in a lot of ways. First of all, the pace dynamic changed with the 1 and 3 coming out. And while they weren't necessarily players in this race on a forward and to win it, they were pace factors, so that helps Abaddon. But it doesn't really compromise Dots Dollar, and I'm not sure it really compromises Mr. JT. I think it compromises a horse like Tetsu more than anybody else.
Yeah, you could argue that. It does. I did pick the 7 on top. The worry I have with the 7 is that after all this time at age 6, they put blinkers on the horse last time out, and the horse just maybe trying something new, but
blinker changes are acts of desperation.
Yeah, true. And that worries me. And I'm wondering if the 7 sits off the 2, can the 7 go by? We'll see.
And by the way, there's prices at Tampa Peace Cloud, $37.40, part of this cross-country pick 5, right?
Wow, so
I
we
believe
did
it
double
is.
digits, and a $39 winner. Wow.
That's got the parlay up to close to $2,000 for $2 already.
Potentially, well,
yeah,
very few tickets.
Doesn't have to be hit.
Left alive, but yeah, maybe only one, maybe none.
You alive? I know you put a couple thousand.
I
into
did
it,
not
correct?
play today. Thank you for
Handle will be down.
having
We'll be
so
able to
much
tell
faith in
that
me.
we'll be able to tell that Handle's down that you didn't play.
6th from Aqueduct. We are set. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Mr. JT. Dots Dollar to the outside. Dots Dollar going in. All set. And they're off. Dots Dollar and Mr. JT. They're 1-2 from the far outside draws. And there's Aberdeen, as well settled as in third, is going to move forward. It's at the rail, and now Dots Dollar merges with the front end, is up by a clear length. Right in behind is Aberdeen, who's going to switch to the 2-path here, is Dots Dollar, Romero Mirage. They get over to the rail. Losing a touch of ground there was Aberdeen, and towards the outside it's Amundsen, who's now challenging for second, puts ahead in front. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 3 wide in that group. There is Mr. JT from 4th, and the trailer snug hold on Tetsu at the back end of the field, 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Dots Dollar is alone up top. Dots Dollar, Amundsen is all in. Mr. JT moving forward now. Here comes a run from Tetsu, and Tetsu is going to range up 3 wide. Is dropping back quickly. There was Aberdeen towards the back end of the field. They reach the top of the stretch, and Dots Dollar has not stopped yet. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Dots Dollar is still in front, is up by about 5. Here comes the run from Tetsu, who's to the outside of Amundsen. They're second and third and chasing for a final furlong. Dots Dollar is still very strong up front, approaching a final 16th. Dots Dollar holding him off, and Dots Dollar with a front-running score. Dots Dollar wins it tight here for second. Tetsu to the outside of Amundsen. Re-rallying there was Aberdeen in 1 minute 12.76 seconds.
In aggressive Romero Mirage and Dots Dollar, gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, this race was over less than 100 yards into it when Romero cleared with his horse, and the 2 couldn't make the lead, and Cancel threw down the anchor on the 6. This race was over.
Yeah, it really was. Romero was aggressive from the beginning, broke on top, and when he kept looking to his inside for the 6 and the 2, and he was able to put both of them away. When you're able to put those horses away, look, they're finished in last and dead last, and the 2 veterans are chasing.
Break their spirit early.
Yeah.
3 to 1
horse did that.
Good price on this horse. I bought it at 9 to 5 is sort of nuts. I'm not sure. This is a generous price given the scratches.
One of 3 who went off at 3 to 1 in this field. Yeah, Baden was the 9 to 5 favorite. Non-factor here, this race. Yeah, over early, as Andy mentioned. Romero Mirage had a plan and put this field to sleep early.
And this horse was 5th choice on the morning line, so I think this horse is going to play a little bit better, too, in the cross country.
7-5-4-2 finish. It's Dots Dollar, Gustavo Rodriguez barn, with Romero Mirage to easily take race 6. Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage. Romero Mirage, his plan, get to the front. He did, and Dots Dollar never looked back.
The one, there's a lot of things I like about Romero, but one thing about Romero, you bet him on a speed horse, Paulie, you are confident the horse is going to go. They may not win. They might not even be fast enough to ultimately make the lead. But one thing about Romero, he has zero interest in rating speed horses.
Yeah, that's the way you got to ride him, and when he put away the 2 and the 6 early, you knew he was going to be tough to run down. You have 2 veterans right behind him that have won a ton of money trying to chase him, but when you have a loose leader, it's just really tough to do. I give credit to 2 9-year-olds. I thought they were in bang-up races chasing him.
I got to take a look at this cross-country Big 5 to see if, I bet you at most there's 2 horses live.
$8.40, Dots Dollar, 9-time winner now from 29 career starts. And let's take a look at this cross-country. 1 leg remains, 8th at Tampa. Wow. 5-1 shot to begin it. 8-1, I see you looking. Peace Cloud, almost $40. And now Dots Dollar that probably, what was 4th choice morning line?
The parlays around, well, they were scratch. Well, they were short. The parlays around $2,000 for 50 cents. The pool is 31,000 and change, so the payoff pool is 15% takeout. The payoff pool is around 25,000. But even so, if you're 3-1, you're talking about 2, maybe 3, if any, are alive. I've not seen Will Pays yet, but I'm going to be very surprised if there's more than 1 or 2 horses alive, and probably none. So Pays 4 to 5, I assume.
You got
right?
a 10 horse field too.
Yeah, to close it out, which we'll get to when we come back. Race 8 from Tampa. Going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to stakes action this weekend from here in New York. Weigh the risks. Stakes debut on dirt is coming up after having put together back-to-back victories for Chad Brown. Klarovich Stables and Manny Franco will return in the irons. We'll have a preview ahead.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Heavily favored Heavenly Prize is coming at them on the outside, just moving sweetly. Here is Heavenly Prize, who moves by with absolutely alarming ease. Pat Day takes a look back. No looking back for this champion filly. Heavenly Prize absolutely in a runaway. You'll never see a racehorse win a Grade 1 as easy as this. Heavenly Prize, a 6-length winner. She could have won by the length of the stretch this afternoon.
She was special champion, Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, 4, never finished out of the money.
She was a remarkable horse. She Inside Information. Stablemates broke their maiden the same day at Belmont Park. She won the Frazette in her second start of an undefeated Scotty Schulhofer horse, a huge favorite. Didn't run well when shipping out to the Breeders' Cup. And she'd actually kind of stalled a little bit early in her 3-year-old year, not getting it done. And a lot of us, myself included, a big fan, very disappointed. She met Lakeway in the Alabama, and Lakeway was coming off huge efforts, including a blowout win over Inside Information in the Mother Goose. Lakeway was not as unfavored. She got hurt and was never the same, and Heavenly Prize won by 7 lengths that day, and she went on to an incredible racing career. She was an amazing, amazing racehorse and one of my personal favorites.
Then Inside Information went on to win the Breeders' Cup by like 12 or 13.
Over Heavenly Prize. Now, the track probably added to that, but
100%,
there's an argument that Inside Information's that day in '95 in the Breeders' Cup winning the distaff was better than Cigar's performance in winning the Classic. That's how good that performance was.
Mike Smith aboard,
This year's edition of the Heavenly Prize coming up this weekend. Early stakes action tomorrow from Aqueduct. 1:42 Eastern start for this race. Race 3 on the card. 1 turn mile. And we talked about Weigh the Risks going to break. We'll try and put together a 3rd win in a row since moving back to dirt.
I think the concern with Weigh the Risks is Lasix. She's coming off of races. That's true for all of the major contenders. They've all been running in races where they could use Lasix, and now they're running without. If she's able to duplicate her performances without Lasix, she's going to be very tough to beat. But I think she has real rivals in the 2 horses that finished together in their last start.
I think she's been sort of really gutty, if you think about it. For a horse that's been on the dirt for really only the first time, her other effort was over the Sloppy racetrack. She was able to handle the inside slots. You'd think a horse like that would be a lot more efficient with outside slots, not getting any kickbacks. She showed me a lot getting on the dirt.
She's a funny horse. Chad Brown thought she was his Breeders' Cup juvenile filly's turf horse as a 2-year-old. They finally ran in the dirt, and Chad Brown always said she'd worked well enough in the dirt, but she caught a sloppy track on Derby weekend, and the race collapsed. She was the speed, but when she got on a dry track, she has been very good and run fast figures.
Undefeated, on a fast dirt track, 2 for 2 now. We'll see what we get tomorrow. You mentioned at Real Rivals and the 2 that finished together last time out. We'll show you that race right now. That is Patricia Ann, who won the race in Kids Last Laugh. They were 1-2 back on January 5th.
Of these 2, I prefer Kids Last Laugh, who I think might have some upside in here, but both of them have been in good form, Paul.
Yeah, they have. Now, the thing about Patricia Ann, she just does not like the gate, but she's been able to overcome it. 2 starts back, she took forever to load. Last time out, it says stumble. It was a slight stumble. You don't really ever want to have a little hiccup at the gate, but this was a good battle down to the wire. Diamond Dozen, I think you can't really separate these 2 fillies, and I think any of them can improve. I thought both of them could give a good account of themselves, especially against the favorite.
Looking forward to that. Again, early start time, 1:42 Eastern, race 3 on the card for that Heavenly Prize. We look forward to it on our Saturday coverage. We're going to take a timeout. Somebody loves Toxic Gray in this race coming up. One of, seemed really like 3 contenders in this race.
I think that they're going to come down, considering that Toxic Gray is the 2nd choice in the pick.
Doesn't even project to be favored.
Early money
race bets,
2-5 though right now on Toxic Gray. It was beat at odds on last time out. Romero Mirage will look to go back-to-back. Stay with us. We'll have this one coming up next. Back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. 8th at Tampa Bay is coming up 7 furlongs here. Non-winners of 3 lifetime the condition, and like Believe It in Magic will kick things off.
Yeah, breaking down from the inside. Figures to be forward, but there can be a lot of pace in this race.
Yeah, Gate to Wire win at this distance, moving back to dirt last start to get through that non-winners of 2 life condition. Chasing the 1.
Yeah, a horse that's only had 3 dirt starts, but does have a win and a 3rd place finish. This one owned and trained by Tim Padilla.
Defiant Malice, big number.
Coming off a waiver for $25,000. You can have her 16 today, him.
Paralegal 2-back, one for a softer non-winners of 2 spot.
Yeah, this one from Maxine Correa and Gabrielle Maldonado, who can ride, by the way, and you get 9-1 on Paralegal.
Max's was a assistant trainer for many years for Nick Zito. I think worked for Jimmy Bond as well at one time.
Here's Maptitude. Adamar Santos rides.
Yeah, I mean, I think is probably a contender in this race.
Bahamian Native, we'll see next. Here's a 7.
Yeah, I did not like the 7 in this race. Should be chasing a little bit on the outside.
Smart Joker has been 2nd or 3rd each of the last 6 starts.
Yeah, horse is in really good form. Likes Tampa, is 2 for 8, and ran a good race last time.
Huge prices here with the 9 and 10. Road Minister kicks it off.
Yeah, I didn't think Road Minister was fast enough.
Storm's Reflection, another one whose form has been not great. Not a lot of opportunities, though, lately on dirt.
Yeah, over 15 over the dirt.
Jabren, 5-1 here outside.
Moving up a lot off the claim. We'll see how that does off the claim for a trainer who has mediocre numbers off the claim.
What's first start back in about 6 or 7 months?
Yeah, I can't bet the move up off the last bad performance, but maybe it's a good sign here. I prefer the 5 Maptitude if you put a gun to my head.
Well, let's look at the current favorites. So here's Like Believe It in Magic. Kathleen O'Connell barn, tremendous barn, obviously, out of Tampa, and moved back to dirt last start and led every step of the way for the win.
My problem is the horse is under the gun from the inside, and personally, I don't know if the horse is fast enough to outrun either of the 2 and 4.
The horse was on a big drop. You know, the horse didn't get really bet because if you look back, there was not that many good efforts except the first 2 of his career. And he kind of ran back to that effort. Can he do it again? That was in 16 non-winners of 2 lifetime. Now he enters the non-winners of 3. So obviously a tougher group. I'm surprised that he's 2-1, to be honest. But I get why. Maybe the public's thinking, okay, we can do the same thing and go Gate to Wire. I just don't see that happening in this group. I think there'll be more heat, and I think you can go. I think the 11's very interesting at 9-2. I get that this horse is jumping up in class. And Smart Joker, the 8. Sometimes the horse that's, you know, I know 2 for 20, but both the wins have been here, so.
Both the wins from that one have been on the front end. One of them on the grass at a mile, the last at 7/8 on the dirt. See if he is able to get the lead as we return to Aqueduct for the feature race. And it's still odds on this guy, Toxic Gray. He's got a couple of serious rivals in Crazy Mason, the 3 and the 6 Victory Way.
Yeah, I don't see this horse being favored at post time. I think Victory Way actually ends up being the favorite. We'll see. I don't know how big the early bet was, but I think Toxic Gray is a major threat to wire this field.
Yeah, I would think Victory Gray, as we see the gray right there, 5. Toxic Gray. Victory Way, excuse me. There he is, and he looks good in the paddock. This one's by City Light now. He's been off for a while. It's had 2 races, and maybe this will be, you know, the 3rd race off his kind of form cycle. And if he runs back to his effort 2 behind El Grande he's going to be very tough in here.
16 months away, for this horse. Comes back and runs 2nd with a 93 buyer against a very good one, El Grande O.
And I think that's one of those things, Greg, where you can, after this performance, off a big layoff, like you said, you can kind of forgive his next performance, right? Maybe he bounced a little bit, or maybe just, you know, give him a little time. I think he gives a good effort today.
Yeah, I'm not a bounce guy, so I don't buy that. I would say maybe being part of the pace, going a mile in a tougher race, but he was a little disappointing last time, to be honest. And I don't have a big argument with him. I think he's very dangerous here, but he doesn't have the speed of Toxic Gray. And Romero is going to send Toxic Gray, and I think he is a major threat to wire the field.
Meanwhile, Crazy Mason, Eric Cancel, Greg Sacco will look for another winner on this card. This horse won last time out in an entry-level allowance race with a 91 buyer back on January 18th.
Well, the remarkable thing about this is that it was a very, very big bias track towards speed.
All day long.
And he was the one horse that made up ground. Now, people say it in the rail. It was not a rail track. It was a speed track. I think being on the rail helped him, and it was a contentious pace. But this is the only horse that made significant move in that day, and he came from last.
This was one of the most dramatic, speed biases we've seen probably in a couple of years, right?
It was a very substantial speed bias, and he beat it. So based on that alone, he has to be considered a contender here.
He launches from way out of it. I always talk about these horses, they run their races upside down. He kind of just runs from way out of it. And if you look at his races with Lasix, Greg, a win, he probably should have won 2 back, and then that effort you just saw. So he's a different horse with Lasix. He needs a little pace to run into, which he might get, but he's going to bring his run.
He's 9-2 right now. Doubtful you will get that by the time the gates open as we go back to Tampa and close out this cross-country pick 5 right here.
Yeah. I don't know if the Will Pays ever came up.
If you're alive, good luck. My
let
goodness.
me see if they actually came up, because wow, I don't think too many people, if anyone's alive.
Well, I would think the 1. I would think someone's got to be alive to the 1, maybe.
I'm wondering if the reason they're not showing Will Pays is because nobody's alive. That's my guess. But if you're somehow alive in this, they're not showing Will Pays. I wonder if there's nobody alive in this thing.
So make sure you look at your Naira Bets account. You might get a 4 out of 5.
I think the 1 is a dubious favorite here.
So, like Believin' in Magic from the rail, still the favorite, 2-1 off that return to dirt last start with gate to wire. But certainly the 4 is quick.
So's the 2. I mean, the 2's
going a little bit longer, though, no?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But it is kind of a need-to-lead type, right?
Yeah.
But maybe you're right. But the 4 is fast. I'm betting the 5 Maptitude. I think gets some pace, is run fast enough. And I just thought it was sort of a logical horse in here. And it's 8-1. Don't you think 8-1 of the 5 is a pretty strong price?
It's a strong price because that horse at least has shown the past horses. I understand the horse is 0 for 9 the last 2 years, but I could see the 5 past horses. I kind of like the 7 at 13-1 if I was going to look for a price. I understand the horse hasn't done much running, but it does have a couple of races to go back to. It was off since August. I give the horse a race, then a sloppy racetrack on the drop. Now it gets a fast racetrack. And you get Daniel Centeno.
What do you make of all the money the 11 is taking in here? I mean, I don't know what his morning line was for whatever that's worth. It was 8-1, and their morning line makers actually does a very good job down there. This horse, he just went from this horse is bet.
I tell you why this horse is bet. I just think because the trainer's got the best numbers in the field.
Maybe.
Lightly raced on dirt, there's upside too on dirt, isn't there?
Yeah, but he's 24% compared. You got the 1 who's 23% trainer, Kathleen O'Connell.
I don't know. I smell a rat. We'll see. Claim for 8,000, moving up to 16,000.
Jason Beam with the call. Good luck at this cross-country pick 5 if you're still alive.
And the race is on. Gibran broke well from that outside draw, driving through down along the inside like Believin' in Magic is quick. So the inside and outside runners 1-2 in the early going. As they come up to the main track, Paralegals right between them. Now 3 of them across the track. It's 2 more lengths then. Back to Bahamian Native. Chase the 1 there together in 4th and 5th. Another 2 back to Smart Joker in 6th. Up the inside comes Maptitude of the purple colors from 7th. It's about 2.5 more to Storm's Reflection, Defiant Malice. Another 3 back to Road Minister, who's the early trailer. As they're covered about 13 lengths with a half mile left to go. Between horses, Paralegal down at the fence like Believin' in Magic, and out wide Gibran. Those 3 through a 22-1 opening quarter mile. Like Believin' in Magic now a length and a half back is Gibran and Paralegal, the 2 that go on with it. Passing that one down, Bahamian Native up on the far outside. Smart Joker starting to get underway. So they wind around the far turn. Gibran, here's Smart Joker out 3 deep. Right between them comes Bahamian Native. Another 2 back to chase in the 1 like Believin' in Magic. Also trying to commence a rally from the back is Road Minister, who's way on the outside of the teal cap. They come to the top of the stretch. On the outside, Smart Joker putting ahead in front, battling on Gibran toward the inside. These 2 by the 8th pole, shoulder to shoulder. They're 3 clear of Bahamian Native. Road Minister continues to march down the crown of the track. 16th pole, Gibran's back in front. Smart Joker second, now 3/4 of a length back. Gibran is going to win it. Gibran a length. Smart Joker second, Road Minister third, Bahamian Native. Then came Like Believin' in Magic.
Second off the bench, Gibran.
Something was up.
Quick early, got to the front, kept going.
Well,
it's like a greyhound out of the box.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a horse have that big a lead 2 strides out of the race. He was in front by 2 to 3 lengths right after they broke. That was bizarre. They bet this horse like they absolutely knew he was going to win. He was involved in a 3-horse duel the whole way, and he won. They knew.
strong handling there by Melissa Iorio, by the way.
Indeed. We'll get back there with prices in a moment. We return to the feature here in New York. 4 minutes away from race 7 in the 6-furlong sprint, where that number's slowly but surely creeping back up. 4-5 on Toxic Gray, who was as low as 2-5 at one point. Kick off our post break with Scoot Daddy.
I think Scoot Daddy's not ridiculous in here. His race 2 back on the dirt was okay. In his last race, he had no shot the way that race was run.
7-1 right now. Manny Franco from the inside post. Here is Crazy Mason. Comes off a win at 6.5 furlongs.
We said he beat the bias big time last time and has to be respected for that.
A lot of gaps in the running lines of late for Spun and One.
Yeah, front wraps went on last time. Now second start, or at least third start in the Dutch Row Barn.
Still the odds-on favorite, Toxic Gray.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be, and I wouldn't bet him at 4-5, but I think he may be the horse to catch and beat in here.
Wow, the 4 made a nice appearance at a huge number. There's Romero Mirage, yeah, looking to go back-to-back at that short price. And then Victory Way, gone for 16 months, came back, ran that huge effort, and then did not run nearly as well next start.
And draws that cozy outside post, and I think will end up being very close to your favorite. I think they're going to be 9-5, 8-5, somewhere in that area. This 7-5, somewhere between the 5 and 6.
In other words, Tampa ended up at 5-2.
No way.
Yeah. And we think somebody may have hit this cross-country Big 5.
Yeah, for 26,000 plus, I believe.
The 4 alls and a by 1?
We'll get that to you in a bit. 11, 8, and 9 back at Tampa. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
And we'll take a look at your current favorite right now at 4-5. That is Toxic Gray, who I do believe is the speed of the speed coming into this race. And we saw in the last race, Romero Murat is aggressive when he's on horses that possess that natural early speed. He does not take that away from them, and he allows those horses to have that forward position that can be a difference maker for many races. But 4-5, a low price for this one, who was a heavy favorite last time, ended up finishing third in there, though we did see the second place finisher Ridgewood Runner return to win with an 86 Spire speed figure. Price a little bit too low for me, so I'm going to look elsewhere. And one of the other horses that is your second choice right now, that's number 6 Victory Way, who I just don't know what read to really have on him, because his fastest races have both come when he's run fresh off of some time away. One of those races, of course, being off of multiple years away. So I just don't really know where he's going to finish in a race like this. And the field that he was facing last time, to be favored against some serious hard-knocking allowance types and just not really run that well, it was a little disappointing of an effort, though he does now cut back in distance in here. And this is the first time he's put together 3 consecutive races. But ultimately, I ended up on the horse who is your third choice right now. That's Crazy Mason. As was discussed, defeated the bias in his last start, the only one to do so as an outlier on that day, making a run from far back. I think that it's completely possible that he's just an improved horse as of now, coming in here for his second start as a 4-year-old off of his prior form. And if he can just get that little bit of pace, he, I think, is dangerous as your third choice right now. And he did beat his stablemate last time, who did come back to win with a 94 Buyer speed figure. So if he's able to overcome some things in here today yet again, I think that he's the one who's trending in the right direction.
Thank you, Sarah. Minute to post. We'll see if Greg Sackelbarn with Crazy Mason can make it a 3-win Friday.
Yeah, it'd be a hat trick for him. Crazy Mason's got a shot in here. Comes with that big run, Andy, but needs a little pace to run into, which he probably should get.
I don't know about. I mean, I don't think they're going to be walking, but the 5 is fast, too fast for these horses early. My problem is, and his last race is exceptional, and I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. When a horse beats a bias, you have to give them extra attention. My problem is there's no other race on this horse's card that makes this horse much of a contender. Maybe, though, he's just a significantly improved 4-year-old. It's not impossible. And his last race, I can't argue, was very good.
You may be just going significantly back to sprinting, Andy.
Is Christopher Elliott suspended or not here? Because why wouldn't he ride the horse back, right? Maybe he's suspended.
Meanwhile, Scoot Daddy steps in, 7-1. The 3, the 5, the 6, they look like certainly the main contenders, and not all that much disparity between them if they run their A games. We'll see what happens, but Victory Way, the 6, did not back up that terrific return in a runner-up finish in his next start, but he'll cut back in distance today.
Yeah, I mean, he's very dangerous, Victory Way, and I still think there's a chance he's favored by post time in here. But His last race bothers me a little bit, to be honest with you, Paul. I think it bothers you less than me.
It bothers me less just because he ran so giant off that layoff.
layoff,
And I get it.
Long layoff, yeah.
I just
come back and work sharp.
And come back and work sharp. And, you know, Mr. Mott, obviously, Hall of Fame trainer.
Does he call you Mr. LaDuca?
No. I do think Toxic Gray is going to be really tough to handle if he gets loose, just like we saw in the last race.
If he breaks, he's loose. There's nobody here that can run with him. I mean, nobody has the speed. He's fast.
I do think the 3 with Lasix is a different horse. I really do.
Maybe. Maybe you're right.
Could be.
I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. Beat the bias last time. I wouldn't bet him, but I wouldn't be shocked if he won.
Feature race on this Friday card. There's your now favoritism finally shifting to Victory Way, who will be last in. There he is, Jose Lezcano. He becomes the top choice on the board. Chris Griffin with the 7th from Aqueduct.
All set. And they're off. A little sluggish at the start was Crazy Mason, the early trailer. Toxic Gray flashes early speed, is now pressure towards the outside from Victory Way, and they're 1-2, and just off of them will be Spun in 1. Right there towards the outside in 4th is Scoot Daddy, and after the start, Crazy Mason is the trailer. Toxic Gray and Victory Way, these two now approach 4 furlongs left to go. They're within a half length of one another as they work into the far turn through a 23.60 opening quarter mile. At the rail, Spun in 1 is holding that 3rd position, is towards the inside here of Scoot Daddy, and Crazy Mason still with about 10 to make up as a quartet is approaching a quarter mile left to go. Toxic Gray is still doing it nicely. Victory Way is trying to challenge towards the outside. Spun in 1 is a big number, but appears to have some run in behind Toxic Gray as they reach the top of the stretch. Toxic Gray now kicks for home. Spun in 1 wants off the rail to chase, and Victory Way is still holding that spot. Toxic Gray is very game. Room at the rail for Spun in 1, maybe from way out of it. Crazy Mason is launching a huge run. Look at Crazy Mason, grandstand side. Crazy Mason from last to first. Wow. Sacco with a triple. Crazy Mason wins it. Photo there for 2nd came from Spun in 1 and Toxic Gray and Victory Way in 1 minute 12.14 seconds.
Crazy Mason, he was not even visible on the screen. Wow. He was so far back. He was another zip code. Looked like he wasn't running today. And wow, does he turn it on in the stretch.
And nobody drops the anchor like Eric, but this horse, he just ran by him like they weren't even a race. Looked like Ghost Zapper.
The 5 held on for 2nd here, too. This was amazing. He got him to the center of the racetrack, and my goodness, this horse exploded. You guys talked about against the bias last time. Wow, he did it again today in a more impressive fashion. I looked at you guys, he's not even on the screen.
He might be ready for a little better company.
Tell you what, like he's a different horse as a 4-year-old, or it's a different horse with Lasix. He got bet down to 9-5. My goodness.
3, 5, 26 to 1 shot. The 4th Spun in 1 completes the trifecta, and Victory Way winds up 4th.
Wow, what a stretch kick. My goodness.
Crazy Mason just looked like was not picking up his feet today.
He must have gone his last quarter. They went 46, 24-46. He had to go.
He got
23 or less for the last quarter.
We've had a couple of horses on this circuit, Andy, that have been just massive turnarounds. Probably Garuvan,
yeah,
and this horse. Would you say?
Yeah, this is some turnaround. This horse, it's crazy. It's a performance.
Crazy Mason.
Yeah, 9-5. They knew.
All right, your winner, 9-5, 3-5, 4-6 finish. Prices from that nightcap still to come as we go back to Tampa. How about this horse? And it was listed nowhere, but Israel Rodriguez.
Yeah, my bad. It was Israel Rodriguez, yeah.
Well, no one's bad. Everyone had it wrong.
I don't.
Israel Rodriguez on board for the win.
Just had extra in the stretch here, Andy. And like you said, bet down to 5-2, broke like a rocket, and just had more left and down to 5-2.
This was about as incredible a they knew as I've ever seen. I mean, claimed for 8,000 off a bad race, moved up to 16. I don't know if and when the rider change was announced, but they knew Gibran was going to win.
I'll tell you this, Greg, there's some 4 out of 5s in their pick 5. That's how tough it's been at Tampa.
Wow. Meanwhile, cross country, $26,752 return if somehow you were able to come up with this sequence.
Well, it feels like there was an all Gibran, because somebody knew that this horse was going to win, and they cashed. And listen, there are a lot of people that try to put horses over, and they fail. They didn't fail. They succeeded. They knew this guy was going to win.
Handicapping if you got that.
I'm not buying handicapping on this horse. You can have handicapping. I don't think handicapping made that horse pay $7, Paulie. Sorry.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More stakes action we'll look at coming up this weekend at Oaklawn. 3-year-old fillies on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks. Muhima putting her perfect record for Brad Cox and Shadwell Stable on the line. We'll have a preview next.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage of America's Day at the Races. Is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're going to be soon switching over to coverage on FS1 in about 5 minutes or so. What a performance. Crazy Mason. Back-to-back incredible efforts from this 4-year-old for trainer Greg Sacco. 3-win day for that barn today. Eric Cancel, not even on your screen right now.
It's crazy. Crazy Mason was a little bit crazy. I mean, to swing out on the outside and the speed on the front end, the 5 held for second, and he just blew by these horses. He's just a different horse than Lasix. Like you said, Gregory Sacco with his hat trick for 3 different owners today. Greg, a whole front of Maria Mon's mare. Isn't she legal? And that run should have been illegal. My goodness.
Incredible. What a finish. See what's next for this horse. Yeah, it seems like certainly a lot tougher company in the immediate future, but if it is stakes company, that would mean the superpower this horse has had. Yeah, no Lasix.
No Lasix. We'll find out if it's been Lasix or a 4-year-old. And, you know, this is another horse that plays as your third choice. So the pick 5s are not bad here either.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Closing out this card here in New York with a 7-furlong sprint. New York breds trying to get that first win on the resume. Maiden special weight coming up. And favoritism right now to the 7 recurring revenue Chad Brown. Klarvich Stables debuting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, these connections are going to take money. I have no idea if this horse is a runner. We'll see. Complexity. Not a lot of pedigree on the dam side. The second dam was okay going longer, but it is 7 furlongs first time out, I guess, with the 6, but I mean, it's just a stab.
Yeah, second dam, multiple graded stakes place in the Comely and Black-Eyed Susan, 5-time winner. We'll get back to that race, though, coming up. 3-year-old fillies this weekend. Grade 3 Honeybee with sights set on the Kentucky Oaks, first Friday in May. Running for $500,000 on the Sunday card in Hot Springs. Muhima comes in undefeated for trainer Brad Cox, and she looked awfully good winning the Demoiselle here in New York.
She's good, and I know that Brad Cox lost the 2-year-old champion, but I'm not sure the one that won at Fairgrounds last weekend and this one aren't better than that horse. She's going to all likelihood have to rate in here because there is a confirmed speed horse coming from California, but I think that's good for her to learn to rate in here. She's very good.
For the Oaks loss. She's off the trail for the Oaks.
Yes.
Yeah. This horse is physically big, and I said this the other day. I mean, the size of her rump. She's just a physically big horse. I can't wait to hear what everybody has to say down there at Oaklawn, because we got 3 people that are very good at looking at horses. You can just see the power engine. She kind of looks like a sprinter, but she's got a lot of engine. She's got a lot of pedigree behind her. It's very interesting. Andy makes a good point, but drawing the 1 hole, is she going to send or not? But
She
I
can't
think
run with the California
Yeah, I'm with
horse.
you.
That horse
I
has
think
sprint speed.
maybe sitting in that pocket, she'll get a little dirt in her face and get a little education.
Good for her. Good for her to get a little education. I don't think you want to go to the Kentucky Oaks without getting some education, and I think it's just fine that she has to rate. She's supposed to be able to do it, but you never know until they do it. I mean, the only way she's going to be in front of the California horse if that horse falls coming out of the gate. Am I crazy? That horse was dueling in 22 with the LeBray.
But, the thing that Florent Giroux would like to see is push out of there and then maybe get out into that, second or third path and try to stalk, because that's what the Brad Cox horses like to do.
I think if you're those connections, you want to learn a little something about her. Listen, I think Tom Amos' horse Quick Kick is a player in there. A couple of major players got hurt by the draw with the 12 and 13 post. I'm curious if the Weaver horse actually comes or maybe stays in Florida to run the Devona Dale.
I'm with you on Tom's horse.
Yeah.
Big shot.
Undefeated, 3 for 3. Stakes winner at 1 mile and 1/8. Muhima last start only going 1 mile and 1/16 in that grade 3 Honeybee. Meanwhile, Razorback. Love this race for older horses, 4-year-olds and up at Oakland. 1 mile and 1/16, $500,000 purse here. This always gets a good field.
Yeah, I take exception to this morning line. There's no way Banishing is favored over First Mission in this race. First Mission is going to be favored in here. I'm a little surprised by this. If you want to take him stretching out for Jacobson, be my guest. I wouldn't bet this horse in a million years.
He's a curious spot, isn't it? He's won 3 in a row. He's been fantastic. But it's 6 furlongs the last 2 victories, and now going to stretch out to 1 mile and 16.
I guess the argument for it, Greg, is he could always turn him back for the Count Fleet, right? But I just wonder, a horse going this well while you try it, take a shot. Who knows? I mean, I can't figure out David Jacobson. He's in raging form, but he's not favored over First Mission. And First Mission isn't going to be a bigger price than Baddest Good Boy making his 3rd career start.
I'm with you on that. Baddest Good Boy is the horse that's kind of the wild card. Where do we sit with him with those 2 starts?
I hope he wins for Norm Cassie, but not for me.
We're going to continue over on FS1. So that wraps up our FS2 coverage. Swap on over FS1. We have more, the nightcap from New York and from Tampa. We'll see you over there right after this. Welcome to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Cold weather here in South Ozone Park, New York, but the sun is out shining. We still have the nightcap to come and a finale from out of Tampa Bay Downs as well. Welcome to South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, and 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Big weekend coming up. Got a Triple Crown prep coming up from Hot Springs on Sunday. Their big cards moved from Saturday to Sunday and Thursday to Friday because of tough weather, but we still have a couple of races to close things out here today.
We do. We have a race at Tampa on the grass. We got a race here on the dirt, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, hopefully if you've been joining us on FS2 and you turn over to FS1, you're alive in these 2 pick 5s that you can make a little money. There's been some prices. so far. Yeah, and don't forget, the Oaklawn has moved their cards to Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the big day being Sunday, and we'll be paying attention to that.
Yeah, with that Rebel Stakes prep, Honeybee as well for the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Looking forward to that coverage later on this weekend. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when new members punch in that code at sign up, bonus 200. Get that offer and you're ready to roll right there at NairaBets.com. So closing out this card here in New York with a 7-furlong New York bred maiden special weight. We'll get to that in a moment. At Tampa, they will have this 1 1/8 turf race to put an exclamation point on the Friday card. Maiden special weight here. Everyone trying to get that first win. And Hidden Presence taking money at 7-2, as is Counterintelligence for Chad Brown, a second-time starter, the 11, who is favored right now.
Yeah, this horse was favored in the debut. A loss to another Chad Brown horse with experience who was almost the same price last time out. They're just going to bet the Chad Brown horses there pretty much every time they run.
Yeah, they are. And you know, at 5-2, I could see it. I mean, I get where they're going. Samuel Marin gets the leg up for Chad.
A couple of Christophe Clement runners, one of the top trainers in the country in this race as well, with Tendresse. Here's one of them.
You want to guess with this one at a big price? Be My Guest. Did not do any running going along on synth first time out.
Here's the 2 Enchant for Mike Deeney.
4 second-place finishes, been right there at the wire, just hasn't been able to close the door.
Yeah, some narrow defeats for the 2. It's got to be tough for those connections. Don't Touch Me, 44-1.
An underlay on paper at that price.
Yeah, 2 turf efforts have not been particularly inspiring. Missoula, here's the other Clement runner, who seems on paper to be the more highly regarded.
Yeah, 10-1. I don't understand why. I would think the horse to catch, too.
I don't know. This horse is supposed to be one of the favorites.
There is Amada at a huge number, turf debut.
Yeah, turf debut, Stormcat mare, so that mare's got to be up there a little bit.
She produced 2 turf winners out of 6.
4 seconds, 4 thirds, and 11 tries for Hidden Presence.
I mean, the horse can win, but she's had an awful lot of chances.
Ocean Mermaid, a speedster.
Yeah, this one for Josie Carroll, very good trainer up in Canada.
She'll be in front, just she doesn't get out of the gate.
Zalia, the turf debut, finished 3rd, beat 2.5 lengths.
Yeah, still has the 7-pound bug rider. Lost to another Chad Brown horse.
Victoria Oliver with a second-time turfer strike up.
I think a player in here at 7-1. Antonio Gallardo aboard.
I bet that one. I like strike up.
Reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown with Counterintelligence.
Never really got out of the race last time. Should probably run better today.
And very good barn outside with This Country. Jimmy Toner, 12-1 on this eight-time starter.
This horse has drawn the inside so many times and then draws the complete outside. I kind of like this horse a little bit, but I just do not like the post position.
Yeah, big number from that outside post. So that one, 4 minutes from a start to close out the card at Tampa. Big Triple Crown prep race coming up from Hot Springs, Arkansas this weekend. It's our ABR race of the week, the Rebel. Not to mention the huge purse, but more importantly, those points to get into the starting gate for this year's Kentucky Derby, and a full field lining up, although a couple of these names may be coming out.
Well, I mean, one of the key things is whether or not we see Speed King running. Ron McQuett told us in the show he's pretty much a coin flip whether he comes. He's going to have to rate if he does. I hope he runs. And Bullard, apparently we know, is scratching his spike to fever.
Well, when you look at the race, you see Innovator, you see Smoke and Wicked. Obviously, with Bullard, might be out of the race, or Spike the Fever, he's out of the race. Speed King. Those are 3 very fast horses towards the outside of the gate. It's going to be very interesting what happens to the inside of the gate.
Top 3 finishers from the Southwest. They're returning. Horrible start for Sandman. Compromised his chances. We'll take a look at it here. Speed King would go gate to wire.
Yeah, obviously, he cost himself. I mean, the whole thing happened on his own. And he ran a very good race to be second, but a lot of people are paying too much attention to that and ignoring how well Speed King ran, Paulie.
Yeah, and if you watch this horse just like quarter just goes up and then props himself. What we call the prop. It's almost like he jumps up. It was amazing by Christian Torres to stay on the horse. As you can see now, the horse on the outside, the 10, Rafael Bejarano did such a great job with Speed King to get him to the front end, get him to relax. Now, Speed King puts everybody away, and you're going to see the gray Sandman start to show up late.
But it's not a one-off for Sandman. He's had problems continually, hasn't he, out of the gate?
Yes, obviously the major focus of the start of the Rebel is going to be on him. That's the conversation when the race starts, whether he can break. Obviously, he's talented and he's moving forward, but he can't be his own worst enemy again. And I don't want to discount how well Speed King ran. He's going to have to rate, though, if he wins this race. Now, for me, and I'm Ron McQuaid, I love the idea of him having a rate. He does an outside post. You want to know heading to the Derby. Yeah, you want to win $1.25 million race. I'm not an idiot, but you really want to learn about your horses. You have the Derby. You don't want to go to the Derby knowing, I don't know if I can win without the lead. And if he can stalk in this race and run another big race, then you've got a horse who really is a legitimate Derby contender.
I'm with you. I think you're at the point now that I think we have a lot of speed horses going towards the Derby right now, a lot of front-end horses. So one of these horses is going to have to rate, and so maybe this is a good opportunity for the 11 or for Speed King to rate, especially with Bullard being out. He draws a little bit in.
But it's also the perfect spot because he's outside.
Yeah.
It's not like a horse. You talk about the Philly race with Mohima on the inside. They just can sort of let them roll out front of him, and he can establish his position. And he shouldn't be eating dirt. He can sit outside. I think it's a great situation for him. Whether he's good enough or not is the bigger question.
Meanwhile, Bob Baffert back in contention to be able to compete at Churchill Downs this year. And he's got Madaket Road showing up in this spot, a maiden winner 2-back who was just third in the Robert B. Lewis.
I believe Bob Baffert's 0 for 9 at Oaklawn with horses that were 5-2 or higher. His success there, while he's won at a high percentage, has almost all been at short prices. I think the biggest price was Nadal when he won the Rebel a few years ago, paid around 2-1. This horse is not going to be that short a price, nor should he be in there. And I'm not saying he's untalented. He has some ability. But these kind of horses for Bob have not done well over the years at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, he shipped one in similar last year and no good. I just think Madaket Road's on the
He's
plane.
just okay.
He's okay. And there's some other horses in there that we're overlooking, because if you go back and you watch that replay of that last race that we just showed with Speed King and Sandman, take a look at Publisher, who got sawed off at the rail. So there's a lot of other horses you could look back in that race.
I agree. And he goes a switch from Eric Asmussen to Flavien Prat, which is about as big a switch as you can get in the game.
Grade 2 Rebel, $1.25 million purse, and this all-star trio will be live on site in Hot Springs with coverage. Keisha Clement, the MIG, and Maggie Wolfendale.
Nick should be happier in that 3, There, he looks just like he's not happy. What do you think?
A little down in that picture.
We got to draw like a smile on there. He'll be happy to have some company there. Believe me.
Tremendous day. Now, Paul, you've been there for several Rebel days, Arkansas Derby days. They really come out in force.
No, they do. The place is going to be packed. There's going to be close to 30,000, 40,000 people, especially now with the weather clearing up a little bit. It gets a little cold out there in the morning. That's why they've had the delays and they've backed up, because you can't really train in the morning. We've already had this discussion. It's a national park for a lot of people don't know, so you can't put chemicals on the racetrack. So that's why they backed it up.
Salt,
which includes salt, exactly, and salting the roads too, so the people can't get to the racetrack. So on the side of caution for the horse and the people that are going to show up, and they will show up on Sunday.
Back to this finale at Tampa. On this
I
turf course labeled good 1 1/8. Go ahead.
I bet the 10 strike up. Watching this horse's first start, there are sort of closes and gallop outs that I don't find meaningful. Myself, I found this one meaningful. This horse did not break well, and no question, saved ground, got a good trip inside. But this horse felt like he was crying the entire stretch to get off the rail, to be able to run. And when he finally got that late, he was really eating up the ground. And I thought he was a very, very interesting second-time starter. Obviously don't love the post, but I like the price.
Paul, is there, certainly there's questions, but there's no question Ocean Mermaid, the 8, is going to be in front here, right?
Yes, I would think so. This horse used to be in the Wesley Ward barn, now is in the Josie Carroll barn. A lot of people don't know Josie Carroll. She's a trainer up in Canada that's won the Queen's Plate, which is their, version of the Kentucky Derby.
She won the Alabama as well.
Yeah,
with
she's a very good conditioner. But she's taking this horse from Wesley Ward, and this horse is going to show speed.
To put it in perspective, in this horse's debut at Gulfstream, she finished second to a horse named Crimson Advocate, and she came back and won her next start at Royal Ascot. So this is a talented horse.
Yes.
Now, and she's a Kingman, so she's supposed to be able to go longer. Whether or not she does remains to be seen. If she's not in front, something went wrong.
I'm with you. I think
dangerous filly, no question.
I agree. But it's a 1 1/8. It's not a mile. That's the thing.
I think the 9 and 19-1 ran a bang-up race last time. I get it. The jockey and the trainer are not well known, but I thought the 9 ran well last time, and you're getting a good price again.
Favorite, though, again, with your reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown, owned by Peter Brandt. Samuel Marin will ride start number 2 for a 4-year-old filly by the tremendous Frankel, who never lost in his career. set for this finale from Tampa. Jason Beam, the call.
Counterintelligence, This Country going to be the final two. We're just about set for a start. Today's 9th race. Ready to close the show on a Friday. Counterintelligence going up. This Country and Cipriano Gil to the outside. This Country goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Enchant toward the inside was out well. Also Ocean Mermaid close up in the early going. And between them, Amada also right there in that second flight, Don't Touch Me, as they go through the first furlong. It's Enchant and Amada, those two, 1-2, as they bend into the stretch for the first time around. Ocean Mermaid up to their outside, now coming up to challenge on the front end. Pulling out of the race there, number 10, Strike Up, has been eased out of the race right here at the finish line. Again, number 10, Strike Up, eased out of the race right here at the finish line. Into the first turn, Amada. Some trouble at the back there. Also, Zaliha and This Country. It's been an interesting opening quarter mile here as Amada takes some windway on the first turn. A 3/4 length lead over Ocean Mermaid in second. Just in behind them, Enchant the Gray is third. It's a length and a half after that. Back to Counterintelligence, who moves up on the outside of Missoula. They're together 4th and 5th. Far outside, Zaliha starts to make some ground up from 6th. Then comes Tendresse, Between Horses, Hidden Presence. This Country's back second last. And the trailer is Don't Touch Me again. Reminder number 10 was pulled up out of the race. Half mile left to go. The opening half in 48 seconds flat. Long shot Amada along with Ocean Mermaid. They go to the far turn a length in front of Enchant, who's back in third. Counterintelligence trying to get warmed up on the outside of Missoula. They're still 4th and 5th together. Counterintelligence not going quite as well as Missoula at this point as they wind around the far turn. On the outside, Ocean Mermaid. Amada battling on toward the fence. Then comes Enchant. Missoula stays down toward the inside. This Country's made up some good ground. Counterintelligence to that one's outside is now back 6th as they have just over a furlong to go. Ocean Mermaid, Amada, stubborn foe down along the inside. Then comes Enchant. Now Counterintelligence starting to level off on the outside. Ocean Mermaid trying to make that final 16th. Counterintelligence flying late. Ocean Mermaid got it. Counterintelligence came up just a head short there. After that was Amada. Then came Enchant and Missoula.
Ocean Mermaid able to get the distance. Pablo Morales for Josie Carroll.
And they nursed the horse along. I never believe in nursing along speed horses stretching out, but it managed to work here. A very funny trip for Counterintelligence. A good job by Marin getting that position early, but he was asking on the backstretch, and she wasn't responding at all. And then late stages, she kicked in and just got beat.
Were we talking about Frankel? How about this? The horse that wins the race, Ocean Mermaid's out of a Frankel mare, and the 11 runs second by Frankel.
To European better. My horse, by the way, I'm going so well. My horse was eased coming out of the start.
Well, mine wasn't any better.
No, mine was even more special. I didn't even get to watch.
Post parade for the finale here in New York. Here is Have a Cigar to kick things off with this 7 furlong sprint.
Taking some money, maybe just because has experience, but really hasn't done any running in any of the races.
Jose Gomez will fill in on the 2 Total Silence.
Yeah, switches barn to Danny Gargan for the second time and didn't run bad last time.
Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Blinkers on for start number 2.
Can't believe the horse is only 24-1 at this point.
First-time starter for one of the best barns in the sport, Brad Cox, the 4.
Yeah, this one for Calumet. Jose Lascano gets aboard. Right now, 7-1.
Not betting it like the horse can run.
Jimmy Bond Barn, all 0 debuts.
1 full out of 3 from the dam was okay.
Mo for the King. Dam produced 4 multiple winners.
This horse is getting played a little bit on the board. Romero Marat board. So you think this horse should show some speed?
Recurring Revenue. Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
This one's not exactly lighting up the board, but, you know, in this race you have to consider a contender.
The 8 went by first pitch at 51-1.
Yeah, big long shot. Blinkers off, Lasix.
Grand Cash, probably the one to beat on form.
Yeah, I mean, the horse's first rate was legit. If no firsters are good, this horse is going to be tough.
Got pushed out a couple of paths, too, in the back stretch, or down the stretch, I should say. And then State Park, 30-1 on the outside.
Yeah, this horse is coming in with some really good works at Turfway Park. I get it, it's 30-1, but Michael Lauer and Penny Lauer, blinkers go on. Not the worst 30-1.
Is a New York bred. I tried to make a case for this horse, but I'm just wondering if this horse can run at all.
So Mo for the King. Romero Mirage for David Duggan.
That's who I'm picking in here. You know, you look at the pedigrees from the dam side, and it's not all about pedigrees by any stretch, but 3 of the 4 runners from this horse were pretty good. One ran 80 buyers, a couple of them ran 70s, and David Duggan has been very live. I thought this horse was interesting, taking a little bit of money. Listen, it's a bit of a guess, but I got to take a shot with this one.
Yeah, Dan produced a 12-time winner, a 10-time winner, and a 7-time winner. We'll see what we get from this debuter as we go downstairs to Sarah El-Badwi.
Yeah, this is the first-time starter that I believe is taking significant money off of that morning line going out for Dave Duggan. And the work last time out, second best of 152 runners, going that 4 furlongs out of the gate. I think that that's significant because you're looking at the winner of the workouts that day being Toxic Gray, recording the Bullet, the fastest one of all, an older horse that we saw finish second in the previous race, who's proven in terms of his form and what kind of races he's capable of running. They have to do it in the afternoon. We'll see if that ends up translating to the racetrack, but I thought that interesting for this first-time starter. First-time starter that's not taking any money really is the number 4, Tiote, going out for Brad Cox. There's a little bit more pedigree for this one rather than your current favorite, the number 7, Recurring Revenue. But ultimately, as far as the horses that are racing here for the first time, I wanted to go with the number 6, Mo for the King.
Sarah, thank you. There's prices from Tampa. Ocean Mermaid, $14.20, able to handle that stretch out in distance as we get set for this finale here from New York. So 5-2 favorite, Chad Brown, first-time starter. Recurring Revenue, the 7 at 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they know something, but there was just backflashed at 3-1. Never a good sign. You're not really seeing much money for the firsters. Probably the only one's a little short, maybe would have expected was the 6, but there's really not that live a board, you know. Brad Cox at 7-1, so I don't think the board is giving any answers to anything here.
Recurring Revenue's dad, Grade 1 winner of the Champagne. He won first time out. We'll see if his son can do the same. Chris Griffin with the call of this finale from Aqueduct.
Really moving around there. Look like the number 8 there, first pitch. And they're off, and first pitch was off very slowly. State Park shows early speed, Recurring Revenue in between horses. Here comes Mo for the King. Also in the early mix is Tiote, is now back to third. Is passed towards the outside here from Grand Cash. They're third and fourth now. In between horses, Alzeros, and the purple cap is moving forward from fifth, and tightly at the rail there will be Total Silence. They're going to be mid-pack, as in behind them is State Park, trying to keep up, is in front of Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Have a Cigar, second to last and slow starting. First pitch is the trailer. Mo for the King went 23 seconds flat. For that opening quarter mile is unopposed. Recurring Revenue is battling there with Tiote. They're second and third. Here comes a run from Grand Cash from fourth, is ranging up 3 wide. In behind them is Total Silence as the front group is really separated, but Mo for the King is doing it easily. Mo for the King is in front. Here comes Tiote, who's now alone in second. All into the outside is Grand Cash, and at the rail, Total Silence. The rest with a lot of ground to make up. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and Mo for the King is trying to finish it off here. Mo for the King is just stalling just a touch here as Tiote is in between horses. Grandstand side is Grand Cash. Grand Cash brushing shoulders there with Tiote in between horses. 3 of them across the racetrack because Mo for the King is now more focused, and Mo for the King is now opening up again inside the final 16th. Maybe just a little green. Mo for the King, Romero Mirage. They win the finale. Grand Cash their second, Tiote, and Have a Cigar finish fourth in 1 minute 27.61 seconds.
Mo for the King, the first-time starter, looked absolutely done, and then somehow re-rallies for the win.
You could have bought my tickets on him, Paulie, for pennies on the dollar.
I thought I was home with the
He was like 20-1. I mean, look at him. Like, I mean, even Chris saw him. Chris said at the call, not even, but Chris said at the call he was getting hungry. I mean, that 23.1 is very fast on this track for 7 furlongs, and he came back on to win, got it done. So all that handicapping that I did on horses that lost, I guess the first-time star in the last race and finally picked the winner.
It was crazy because he was like lumbering a little bit, but as soon as he saw those other horses, he like he was toying with them. It's his first time he's ever run, and he kind of like just saw everybody and like took off again. It was like, I thought the 9 and the 4 were going to go right by him, and he ended up winning this race pretty comfortably.
Did they stall a little bit? Or
they were bumping a little bit.
I think what Paulie also said is true. It's kind of like he saw them coming, and he kicked in again, like maybe he just got a little lost out there at the front end. And it makes me feel good to win with my buddy Romero, too.
2-win day, Romero Mirage. Good for him on a first-time starter that may have some ability here. 6-1.
You know what? I think a
out.
lot of the like we said, I think a lot of these trainers are starting to realize, okay, if I got a fast first-time starter or a horse that can get out of the gate, I'm going to put Romero aboard.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know why. I mean, Romero should get business here. He's, he's an aggressive rider. What I like about him as a rider is he doesn't get in the way of his horses, and he makes as much fun of his cousin as I do. So between that, how can you not like him?
Yeah, Rajiv, who was riding at Tampa today, by the way, and was our partner
Rajiv.
this past summer at Saratoga, has returned in the irons. But, his cousin doing some good things here in New York. Mo for the King, first time out at 6-1 to close out the card at Aqueduct. Back on our Friday coverage here on FS1, and that kind of crowd is right around the corner with the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Festival tickets on sale now. Get them while you can. Go to belmontstakes.com/tickets. And our first experience with that last summer, it was tremendous.
I'm thinking of going, actually. I had such a good time last year, Paul. I'm thinking of going again.
You might show up.
What do you think? Yeah.
It was.
I'm gonna show up in a Shake Shack outfit.
The atmosphere.
You might be working at Shake Shack. Be careful, Paulie.
The history of Saratoga and a Triple Crown race there. Just amazing pairing.
It really was. And obviously, with the rebuilding of Belmont Park, and we're scheduling to open in September of 2026, we're going to be running the Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. And it's exciting and fun as we get ready for what's going to be incredibly exciting, opening that new Belmont Park. But Saratoga, not a bad sort of second fiddle for anything.
No, anytime you get an epicenter like Saratoga, it doesn't matter when you run. It's fun. It's just the bottom line.
February probally would not be
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
They've got
Right now.
3 feet of snow on the
right
ground.
now.
I don't know. It might look pretty, but I don't think I want to be sitting out there in the studio. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't mind it. 8th at Aqueduct, we close out the card. Mo for the King, first timer. Look. like had nothing left in the stretch and this race was over, re-rallies. Those competitive juices kicked back in when Grand Cash and Tiote came to him.
No, this is funny. I mean, it's like he saw those horses and he just kicked in again. A very nice performance by a horse who set a fast pace and held on.
A good call by you and Sarah. You want to end the day with the winners. What have you done for me lately?
Well,
3,000.
Bad 0 for 7 going in, so I was due.
$3,195 pick 5, by the way. Tomorrow, early coverage beginning on FS2, 8 a.m. Eastern start time with the Saudi Cup coverage. The big one, of course, worth $20 million. And this is the field that will line up, headlined by one of the most exciting horses there is on the planet right now in Forever Young.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in there. I mean, 7 for 9 lifetime. He's never run a bad race. A lot of us, myself included, believe he ran the best race of anybody in the Kentucky Derby. And his Breeders' Cup was sneaky good. He was much closer to the pace than I think you would have expected. And it makes you wonder a little if he had sat back farther, if he would have been much closer. Finishing third, though, was not bad considering. He's a good horse.
He's an ultra-talented horse. He's never lost outside. He's only lost 2 races in the U.S. He's going to be a beast to handle.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Andy. Probably the best in the Kentucky Derby. Yeah. Probably should only have that one defeat in the Breeders' Cup Classic on the resume. That happens tomorrow. Hope you join our coverage. Again, begins at 8 a.m. Eastern on FS2. I'll be part of that coverage from 12 to 1, and then double dose 3 to 6:30 Eastern as well. Mofur King, first-time starter. Impressive for the David Duggan barn with Romero Mirage, who had a 2-win Friday afternoon. Saudi Cup coverage. This is the horse to beat, no question about it. Forever Young, 7 for 9 lifetime, morning line favorite. He is a star in this sport, and rattle and roll, trying to make it 3 straight for Ken McPeak. We'll see you early tomorrow morning. Speak Best of Football shows next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale. With a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.